Okay, YouTube is up. Quick recap for where the YouTube video is starting. I've decided I only need this much thrust. If you ended on the last YouTube part, we're going with 9 thrusters. Working on the fuel kind of setup here. And I'm just going to try to build like little modules of everything I need on the AQUILLO ship. Try to fit it into, you know, however wide this floor plan is. 80 or so. 80 tiles. That's the goal. Fit it in that floor plan so it stays kind of fast. You know, we'll get rid of a lot of this outside. We're going to have way too much extra of this up here, but that's fine. Maybe I'll fly it over to Vulcanus and drop all this space platform off or something. But I'm just working on a bunch of the ratios here on how to make this function. Alright, so you would be carbon out. Hello there, AMZ. Welcome in. Oh, you know what I watched? I think you asked me about this forever ago, Scarlett, if you're still here paying attention. I watched the Dosh playthrough of Satisfactory, both of his videos. It was a banger. He basically mirrored every complaint I had about the entire game, and I'm here for it. It was a beautiful thing to witness. Where do inserters put things on belts that are placed like that? Is it on the right side? Factorio. Where do inserters place on belts vertical? Inserter belt side cheat sheet. Okay, they place on the left side. Oh. It does not matter whether a belt is normal or underground. If the belt is pointing away from the inserter, items are placed on the right. If the belt is pointing towards the inserter, items are placed on the left. Okay. And it looks like it'll place them on the left side here. Dang, I wanted it to place it on the right side. That's actually a really useful cheat sheet. That's very handy. Never thought to look that up before. Wish I could make these power icons go away. Can I just slap a solar panel down to make it stop? I can't see what my filtered things are. I guess I could turn the flashing back on. Flashing irritates me now. Yeah, at least that way I can see what's under it. Okay, so you need a calcite out and an ice out. Where's calcite? Calcite. Ice. So how would that work though? Like if you were right here. It works there, except this is going to place on the left side, so I can't actually mix the belt this way. Ooh, wait, how does it work on curves, though? This might work. No, it'll probably still place it bottom left. Let's see. Let's check the cheat sheet. Does this work? How does it work with curves? if a belt, if a curve is curving towards the inserter, placed on the outside, I don't see any real world examples of how this works here. Oh, here we go. Compact visual. This is what I need. Yeah, it looks like this would place this on the outside. Unfortunate. I guess I could do this. What? What? This would work. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that should work. And then we have ice here, and then I also need ice here. Which does not work. Oh, and you know what? I want these to be stack inserters anyway. Anything placing onto a belt needs to be a stack inserter so we can store more on belts. I think I like doing these this way so it can re-grab from itself if it needs to. You need to be ice chunks. Actually, they're all going to be ice chunks. Okay. Cool. That should work, I think. And then it's just going to need to make sure there is a sushi belt going that way in front of it. Yeah, like that. So yeah, now we figure out, is there a universe where I can move this up? Ooh, you know what? I bet there's a universe where we do this. I guess that doesn't really make it all that much more compact. It's close. Because if I did something like this, I could have this just loop up, right? And this be where this is coming from. How easily can I route these where I want them? It's a little messy, but it would work. Makes it a little more compact with less wasted space here. I think I like that. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Be nice if I could find a way to like get ice down there, but then I'd have to move these out, and I think the pipes get weirder. I think this works pretty well. Ooh, the only thing with this is I need to make sure that these stay on the right side of the belt if I'm going to use my normal method of how I do the ammo belt. Because I don't know if these will keep it on the right side here. I feel like it should stay on the outside, right? My only question is with the curves, but if the curve is an issue, we can just move all this up by 1. It'll be fine. I'd love if I could make this go this way, but that won't work. Another option would be I could sushi belt everything here. Just have all these on one big mixed loop belt. With some circuit logic. Which could work. I could put all these vertical, have a belt that goes around the whole thing. That's an idea. I have to copy this anyway for the other side. So let's try a completely different idea here and see if I like it more. So this would be the blue thrust. So this is the same thing, but it changes to iron instead of calcite. So I think the only difference is this switches to this. Oh no. This does change everything here. Oh no, it doesn't. No, the carbon is what changes. That's fine. Okay, so nothing changes there. Because this puts out 20 per second. These only use like 0.2. Yeah, that's fine. Why does the camera frame cut your chin off as an off-center again? I don't make the rules. It does what it does. I think it slowly, like, descends over time. The zoom level is also not consistent. I have to change it every time. Because the camera resets itself. We just have to come to terms with the camera is now bad all the time. This is our life now. He's in his Nick Merckx phase. Yeah. How's that? Okay, let's try something with some crazy sushi belt logic and see how I like it. Don't know what those are, but you should definitely do it. You're playing one right now? No, I'm playing an automation game. Here's the other idea. See, using an abbreviation, though, just discredits your entire message because no one knows what it means. Abbreviations are made up. Pre-abbreviation, that message might make sense. Construction and management simulation. I've never heard that term ever. I think the term you're looking for is automation. But yes, you should play Factorio. I do play these games, and I've never heard someone call it a CMS game. But yeah, Factorio is the best one. There are others out there that have some trade-offs. Oh, maybe Australians call automation games CMS games. It could be. But yeah, they're good. Factorio is by far the best one, but there's plenty out there. I do think the best introductory one is Shapes. Probably Shapes 2, because Shapes 1 is quite a bit older. But Shapes 2 is a great introduction to this genre. I cannot in good conscience recommend Satisfactory to anyone. I can recommend Satisfactory if you don't want to play a game focused around automation. If you would prefer your game centered around make pretty buildings, but there's a vague automation theme, then Satisfactory is your guy. But if you want an actual automation game, that is not it. A little bit of experience with it. It's a good pretty building game that happens to have belts in it. But I cannot, genuinely, not memeing, cannot consider that a true automation game. Automation is a afterthought in that game compared to a real automation game. Hi, Maddie. Welcome in. I just watched Dosh's playthrough of Satisfactory. Dosh is like a full-time Factorio YouTuber, has done like all the hardest challenges in Factorio and everything, never played Satisfactory. He put out an 1.5-hour video of him playing Satisfactory, and it is bar for bar the same complaints I had the whole time for the full 1.5 hours. And he comes to the same exact conclusion I did, where he's like, this is an alternative for people who aren't really as interested in the automation and they like building pretty things. That's his end conclusion. He's like, I had fun with it, I played it, I would likely never do a playthrough again. Which is exactly how I feel about it. I like this better. I think this works, because none of this actually needs a really high flow rate of anything. The total of 4 per second of ice is a bit high, but I don't think that's gonna truly be an issue for the amount that I can fit on this belt. Can't get into play Factorio. Yeah, it's definitely like a one type of brain versus the other. It probably also helps whichever one you started with, but if you are the type of person who is in it for the automation, you will end up liking this one more. If you just like building pretty things and you're vaguely interested in automation, you'll probably like Satisfactory more. Or if you need like 3D graphics to hold your attention, which a lot of people do. Yeah, I like this better. We need some circuit logic of how much will go on this belt, but I think we will be perfectly fine. I think this is a much better setup. It's just cleaner, and I'm getting more comfortable with using circuits for things. If I really wanted to get fancy, I could just have 6 of these crushers here and they all have recipes determined on based on what this needs, but we're not going to go that crazy. Yeah, these can also probably be right next to each other like this too. You're going to be orange fuel though. in-game store for real money for game stuff? No, it's like in-game tickets to unlock cosmetics. No, there's no microtransactions or anything. Oh, this needs to change. Yeah, I like this. This is cool. All right, so I'm going to want this centered. And then we'll need room for like some fuel storage, but that can be down there. I bet I could do something wacky with this too. No, this is fine like this. Okay. So then as long as this can go there, this can go there, and then I can just put a fuel tank. I mean, yeah, I could just store like that. They don't have to store in one cohesive thing. It just gives me more pipeline storage. Yeah, that's fine. Saying it doesn't qualify for debut indie. Yeah, because he took one look at it and was like, oh, their indie category clearly is not for indie games. It's for $30 million games. He's like, I don't even want to be part of that category. It's a disgrace. It's a dishonor to be in their indie category. What is this iron ore? This is cool. I like this setup. That's a nice fuel setup right there. I don't know if it's gonna work, but it looks sick. Made games under a different dev name. It's a somewhat acceptable answer, but we all know the real reason he's out. Are there game theories about him being a certain dev that people know of? I guess these could be even closer together underneath, but I'm happy with where it's at. But it's an indie game. Dude, the clip of XQC freaking out about it is my favorite thing on the internet now. This is cool. All right. Do I bother to do the math on how much should be on this belt, or should I just freeball it? So we have 57 belts here. I'm using stack inserters, which means this can hold 57 times 24 items. So it can hold a total of 1,368 items. The total items we need on it, if I gave them a weight, we need 4 ice, we need 1.6 carbon, we need 0.8 calcite. How do I do a weighting system for that? I guess I could divide it by... could divide it by the total number of items needed on the belt. 2.4 plus 4, so I need a total of 6.4 items on the belt. And then divide it by 6.4, then multiply it by the weight of each item. This is so overkill for this, I feel like, but I like it. So divided by 6.4 is 213.75. And then I'm going to multiply it by 4 to get the ice weighting, which is 855. But if we don't want to fully fill the belt, we could like multiply all these by 8. Or like 0.8, like 80% full or 90% full even. So 855 is the ice weighting. Writing these down. 855 ice. Oh, I messed something up. Hot doggity. What was this? 57 times 24. 1368. Divided by 6.4. Times. What's the weight on these? 0.8 calcite. So 171 calcite weighting. And then we would need 342 other. 342 plus 171. Plus 855 gets us back to 1368. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So then I'm going to multiply all those by about 0.8 to keep the belt from getting too full. Just in case. This might be the smartest thing I've ever come up with in Factorio. This is great. 684 ice. 171 times 0.8. 136. $274. Okay. So then we make a circuit condition on these. Think about this. Failed math? No, we need math. Gave me a map of the location of a precious, super wonderful treasure. I followed the steps and ended up at a golf girl's house. It sounds like a pleasant old man. You should hang out with him more often. Can I ban chat for slop today? You always want to ban chat. It's gotten rough, man. Don't you know it's slop November? If I slap down a bunch of solar panels, will they stop yelling at me about this power thing for a minute? I'm not even going to use solar panels on this ship. Cool, under 50. Nice, cool. I got a little workout in today. It wasn't a big workout. Kind of a sleepy day. Cause the dry bomb's so good I couldn't lift the loofah in the shower. Okay, so the carbon is 274. Enable if carbon less than 274. Enable if calcite less than 136. I wish I could test parts of this ship before, like, launching it, but it's literally just launch the entire ship and hope. 684 for the ice limit. Ice less than 684. Oh, this needs to be read all. Cool. Skip leg day today, guilt too high. We'll do leg day tomorrow. Pull's favorite? Pull's probably my favorite day too. Although legs has grown on me quite a bit lately. I do like me a good leg day now. Build looks clean. Thanks, underscore. I'm trying really hard to make a nice thruster setup here. And I think this is nice so far. It's, I just did like some math on how full this belt should be at all times. Thinking about how to stack everything and get it ready. See what I mean? It's Slop November. Hi, Strom. Give me 1 day of zero warning ban chat for slop. I mean, I agree. We need to cleanse the chat, but it's more of a December, January kind of deal, you know? You think these will go in sync if I put them back at the same time? No, they alternate still. What is slop? Define chat slop, Tom. I think this makes sense. I'm trying to take into account like if I missed anything here, but I have all the resources these guys need. I did the math on the rates for this. All of these have an input and output for everything that could go in and out of these. I think this makes sense. That's a good definition of chat slop. I'd accept that definition. I helped a pirate lord lead me to godlies. Now hold on with that message. Yeah, I like this. Okay. This paragraph of dolphin facts. Insta-ban. Being a dolphin scientist would be sick. You just draw on dolphins with a Sharpie all day and then they publish things about you and you act like dolphins can see themselves in a mirror. All right, let's think about the actual limit of the size of this ship too. So I think I'm gonna limit the width to match this, right? That's the plan, which is unfortunate because I sent so much space platform up here and it's not going to be needed, but it's fine. I didn't know what I was doing. At the end of the day, we still have it made and I can drop it back down to novice and we'll have it in storage for the next large ship. But that's going to be the plan for the width of the ship. Because it's going to be based on the widest point of my thrusters here. So... yeah. That really takes a long time to delete. All right. Update. Update. Update map. There we go. Hold on, I gotta yell at Callie. Callie? Hey. Okay, so this gives me the confines of what I want to work in here, which is good. Now I should probably leave at least this much platform so I can design on and then move things where I want them, because we still have a lot to figure out here. I'm going to put these down to just make the alerts go away, though. Why does that always happen? Alright, so that's thrust figured out. Now we need some combo of rocket turrets and regular turrets. I don't know if lasers will matter. I don't think we want lasers, right? We start off with a bunch of medium. We end up with the most big oxide. A lot of medium and big oxide. Yeah, we really just want explosion for the bigs. And the mediums we want physical. We could probably get away with just rockets. But I have to figure out a different way to provide the ammo, though. So if I do this again, these don't really fit on the same belt this way, do they? What are we talking about? I have no idea what this wall of text is about. Oh, Game of Thrones. I should watch Game of Thrones, but at this point I feel like I missed the wave on it, and the fan base is too strong now for me to like be interested in watching it. No, there's not a huge wave. New show is coming out in January. Here's also the thing, though. Me sitting down to watch a TV show is not possible due to attention span issues. Yeah, but then that's too distracting. I can barely turn on a YouTube video while I play a game. My fate said I can't watch TV. Caitlin's gotten used to it, the fact that I can't really sit down with her and watch a show. A movie I can typically watch. I can't do shows. Oh, that's interesting. Rocket turrets have a minimum range that they can't shoot at. That's funny. Y'all, welcome to Radio Silence. How we doing? Big cinephile, can't relate. I used to be more interested in movies and shows, but not so much anymore. Now I just watch my YouTube documentaries and I'm happy. Also, they gotta coin a better term than cinephile. That's an unfortunate name for your addiction there. Cinephile, the type of hobby to get you banned in several countries. I need to mark the middle of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the center. Yeah, so you don't want to be saying that one out loud, you know? That's gonna raise some questions. Alright, so that's gonna be the planned total width of the ship. Scares me a little to try to get that width in here, but... Okay. That's a decent loop. It's not the most room to work with, but it's something. C-dubs! Hey, for the 200 bits, I appreciate you. Welcome in. I love all those old bits notifications. We don't hear those very often. Those are fun ones. Oh, I realized this doesn't really work, does it? These all need like a little loop around setup. Yeah, they're gonna need something like that. Practically forgotten about the subathon. Same. You're telling me I'm in a subathon right now? I didn't know. So I'm about to do the same. Yeah, this one's a little scuffed due to real life, but still technically a subathon. There's a timer and timer go up when donate, so by the technical definition of a subathon, it's still there, kinda. Alright, I like this setup so far. Surely we have enough room with all this length here to make this happen, right? Yeah, a scheduled streamathon. Alright, so that's thrusters. All we really have left to do, we have to fit a nuclear reactor in here somewhere, but I don't think that'll be super hard. And we have to... yeah, so that's going to be a lot of water collection. And we also have to make rockets, and we have to make red ammo. That's really all this needs. Nuclear reactor, rockets, red ammo. Ooh, that'd be nice to have some snow, though. NASA could never. I mean, the easiest one to solve is probably the nuclear reactor. I have to build him a little blueprint here, but it would make a lot of sense to do him first. I should just be able to liquefy a bunch of ice right here. I don't remember how this works. Can I ship reactors up, or do I have to, like... yeah, they make it. Okay. Are reactors 5x5? They are. That doesn't line up with my pretty math. I guess 2 of these is 10, right? So... alright, and then what's the ratio for 2 of these? It's not a lot. This is really all we need here. Oh, that's kind of big. We probably won't even need this much, but I definitely can't currently do that much. It's in the way. These will need... ups. Use filters. This will grab these. This will grab these. This has to be touching the hub, basically. I could fit more of these right here. If I need more. I guess I could also just do this too. So that makes up for the 2 that I lost ratio-wise. I don't know how much power I'm actually going to need though. These put out 5.8. I think I'm going to have efficiency 3s in like everything, so... efficiency 3s? Yeah. They reduce the power consumption of things. Put into an enchantment table, yeah. Yeah, let's just start small here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just start with that. And if we need more, we'll find a way to fit in more power. I mean, I can always just make it longer too. If I want more power, I can just bring this whole thing down. So let's figure out how the power collection is going to work. I have these guys, which can consume 10.3 per second of water. Each one of these can do a max of 20 per second of water. So of course it's just under. Abuba. Abuba. Have a good lurk there, cool. Every one of these does almost 2 of these. I do need storage, but I'll put storage wherever. I mean, this would handle 12 of these. And then I can just put water storage at the edge here. We just not have heat exchangers?
Okay, so I need these. Don't know why I stopped making them. How's the egg situation? Is it still working? No. Something stopped working.
Probably ran out of bioflux again. Yeah, I can't seem to keep the bioflux working. I mean, Gleba's functional again. I don't know what's up with the bioflux situation. I'm sure PP Buster is stuck waiting on bioflux. Oh, you're stuck waiting on science. Oh no. What happened to the science? Oh no. The egg maker finally died. Oh, the entirety of Gleba is dead is the problem. Oh, Gleba died because of a spoilage backup. Oh, man. How's that even possible? I'm filtering... Oh, the spoilage thing was the wrong direction. Oh, no. That was the source of all the problems. Here, I can cheese some more power out of this briefly. It's not going to work, though. We're not going to be able to make Gleba science anymore. Unless I go all the way back to the planet. I guess I could go fix that, because I do have to research AQUILLO, so... Alright, let me go say hi to Caitlin real quick.
like every and even like years, like I'm pretty sure after he told that they still didn't know they just skipped.
That's so funny.
Because like
Broke all the
I know
sprinklers.
they
Yeah.
and like driving down gutters are full of water, sprinklers shooting.
That's funny. I'll have to test mine to make sure they didn't break them.
And we have to pay to fix them. That's not that. No, I mean they.
Yeah.
But in all the
Yeah.
you took advantage of. You should have said something.
Yeah.
Now you.
Callie, go follow her out there so you don't bug me.
Up.
Been real needy.
Mommy said elephant here. I don't know about.
Okay. She got home real late. She was at her parents' for a bit. I don't want to go all the way to Gleba. I genuinely can't think of a way, though, to restart the eggs without going there myself. I mean, I could, but it would involve spamming roboports all the way out to here, hoping they don't get destroyed. Like, it's definitely more efficient for me to just run over there. Good news is this ship is coming along nice, though. Alright, fine, I'll go to Gleba. I'm not happy about it, though. Do I even have one that I can go to? No. They're all stuck on Gleba. Ah! Come here, PP Buster. Come back to Novice. Also, hello there, Chris. Oh, did anyone ever save Strom? Is Strom still banned? / user Strom. No one saved Strom. Welcome back, Strom. Hi, Liv. Okay. Is PP Buster on Novice? Yeah. Happy to help keep you sane. You know, for our communal PhD and everything. I should be putting in work to keep you sane here. off to Gleba. The other issue Gleba is having is we're not making enough rocket fuel. And I don't know how to fix that either. I could just expand the nuclear. Also, is my nuclear even functional on Novice still? It appears to be. Nothing has broken on it. Alright. So we gotta go kill some of these guys. This is a factory. Yo, welcome in, Data, over on YouTube there. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She throwed up so much. I know.
I mean, she's clearly fine.
She's clearly fine. She has the zoomies. Yeah. Yeah, she just yelled for so long, then ate her whole bowl of food, or almost the whole thing, and then I didn't even give her much tuna because I was low on tuna.
She barely had any.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she chose to throw up more than a human baby. Oh, she followed, she ran. Yo, correct, Salami. Also, welcome in. Salami, what did you... I saw you comment on something. You commented on something on a YouTube video. I remember replying to you today. Use the pointer pen to get the cat moving. She's such a funny cat. She actually, like, kind of listens to you like a dog. Caitlin just called her out and was like, hey, come on, Callie. And she's like, oh, okay. And just ran and followed her. I guess I'll just scale up the nuclear here, since I seem unable to, keep my rocket thruster supply working on this planet right now. Does the rest of my nuclear fit here? Do I have a blueprint for this? Yeah. Oh, I didn't even put the whole thing here. Yeah, I'm just gonna slap it down and we'll fix whatever breaks. Because I need more power. I didn't have enough heat exchangers here. Dude, I'm about to just abandon Gleba and just let it rot. This is simply not my problem anymore. I did that on my last playthrough too. After I got my initial Gleba set up, Once it broke enough times, I just had a non-functional, completely shut down Gleba for like 100 hours of game time. I just said, this is not my issue, I don't care. Hello.
She is so lucky.
She has the zoomies.
On top of the toilet?
She has the zoomies. She's got to jump on things. Well, this isn't gonna work. I don't have enough power coming out of this to do anything. The cat use it. She'd probably use it. Alright, this is copper, steel, and pipe. I mean, we have plenty of it in here. Oh, but it doesn't have enough power to run. Well, what do you want me to do about that? Can I make these in my inventory? Yeah. It's demanding 2.4 gigawatts right now. Well, that's not going to happen. I can assure you that. This is driving me crazy. I hate Gleba so much. Gleba's such a bad planet. This is awful. You have enough power to turn on. We're pumping out 150 megawatts of power. You can function. That is too much for Catwheel. You are more than capable of spitting out enough power to get this one assembler to work. Glebas for hippies. It's terrible, Salami. Where are they going? Why are they moving them back? Oh, I have my own bots turned off. Okay. I'd have to have some way to power a burner inserter. I'm just gonna lower some of the defenses, get rid of some of these Tesla turrets chewing through my power. A lot of these are unnecessary now, too. They're just random ones that were sitting around from when I first conquered the planet. Okay. Well, the base has power again. I have no idea how to kick this on. We have a seed output full issue over here. Well, that's probably what happened. That's why we stopped making rocket fuel. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. I can't turn on any of the nutrient makers without bioflux because they need bioflux to make the nutrient makers. Not a whole lot we can do about that. No, where'd they go? Is that enough to get one of these to turn on? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. We have nutrients. Okay. Please work. All right. It's turning on. There we go. I got some nutrients on this belt. That's what we needed. Okay. Okay. The main heart of the base is kicked back on. Ugh. God, I hate Gleba. I think it was actually running pretty fine, and then this ran out of storage for the seeds, so these shut down. And I think that's where the main problem came from. What makes Gleba difficult? The main problem with it, like the main challenge, is basically for anything to work, everything has to work. It's all like one cohesive living organism. So for the most part, if any of these break down, they're all doing something to power each other to work. So then the whole base shuts down. And once the base shuts down for long enough, because of spoilage, all of the organic materials spoil, and then you don't have any to turn anything back on. And I've built in as many possible fail-safes as I can think of that use spoilage to kick things back on that turn off or break or run out of a resource. But inevitably, your Gleba almost always will break on you. And it's just so different than any other part of the game. It's such a unique, different challenge. It is cool. It has its charm. But it is very frustrating when it breaks and you have to take a ship over here to fix it manually. And the one thing that I cannot figure out how to plan a failsafe for is if the eggs run out. So the only way that I know of how to go get more eggs is to run all the way out here, slap down some of these little Tesla turret things. Doesn't work that way and hates it. It's hard. Also, welcome in Dave and Lazarus. Yeah, Factorio or Gleba's just a different challenge. It is tough. So yeah, now I have to go all the way out here and do my best to break this nest with the big stomper that just spawned. And then I pick up these little eggy boys that dropped. Get rid of this. Oh god, I didn't mean to do all that. So now I have these 10 eggs. I only needed one of these. I will say though, the only reason the egg thing finally broke is because the base ran out of power. That is the first time I've had an issue with the egg or science production, which is really nice. Okay, eggs are back on. Yeah, it's just the rocket fuel production that's not fast enough here. And I think it's limited by bioflux. I guess I could ship in all of my new modules and get a little bit more out of this. Because I have tier 3 modules now. I can put them here and here. That would probably help. Let me send PP Buster to go do that. Go to Novice. Bring me 100 of these. And 100 of these. Honestly, make it 150. How much of these fit in a rocket? 50? Yeah. 6 rockets. Okay. Let's grab those from Novice. Use those to buff up the bioflux and rocket making area. And then we'll hopefully be in a better spot. We managed to kick it back on, though. I thought that was permanent. I was very much on my way to just allowing Gleba to be dead for a while. And then hopefully we'll get back to the AQUILLO ship. I'm really happy with the design we've got so far on AQUILLO ship. And I think it's going to be a banger. I'm looking forward to this whole setup. I think I'm going to move this all back one, though. Because length isn't really an issue here. Oh, nope, wasn't ready. Pressed the wrong button. Yeah, right there. I'm okay if this is a long boy, because I want room for more of this. I don't remember what the ratio was, but this makes me feel better. $32. I think 32 is closer to what this should have. It's 16 of these, which means I need 10 of these. It's what, 8? 9, 10. Yeah, that's a pretty cool nuclear setup for this. That's a lot of water ask, though. That's so much water. We'll do the math on that, make sure everything checks out. What in the world is that? What are the white things on the bit? What is that? What am I seeing? I've never seen that. What is that? Someone explain. Someone explain that math to me. What is that? What's going on there? Is that just a Gleba specific thing that tracks spoilage on belts or something? That's crazy looking. Or is it just to highlight belt gaps so you can see if you have full throughput? That's probably what it's for. That's cursed. This means I can probably fix the requests on these now. I don't know why I don't turn trash on requested on all these. Don't need this here anymore. Oh, that was a bad idea. I'm having a seed issue. Should probably set up something to deal with that. Or, hear me out, more yellow chests. Now it's no longer my problem. Haven't played Space Age. You can control the spoilage buildup, because you actually need spoilage for certain recipes. So like I'm using recyclers over here to actively generate spoilage from nutrients, like forcing them to spoil in a recycler to convert them to coal in here. Interesting. This has a circuit condition that isn't registering correctly. Oh, I see what happened. I guess those can spoil there. Well, that's a question. Yeah, there's a lot to it. Gleba is very hard on your first run. It is very, very difficult. But it is a rewarding puzzle to figure out. And it almost kind of changes how you think about the game, too. It makes you start to think about, like, overconsumption of resources you put into things, and you just have to think a lot more closely about ratios in ways you might not have before. But I don't think it's a bad thing at all. But it is infuriating. Most people's first Space Age playthrough, they take a break at Gleba. Because they're considering quitting the playthrough. Did that increase the overall rate? Surely it did, right? More productivity, but higher speed. Hello there, Abuelita. Welcome in. I think the worst part for me, too, is I have a perfect Gleba in my head. Like, I know what I want this base to look like and how to fix it and make it never break again. But it is so difficult to, like, want to come back here and do it that I'm putting it off until I'm done with AQUILLO. But I have a vision in my head. Like, I have this whole thing worked out on how I want it laid out, where each of these should go, how a little miniature bus system will help clean things up, how I want the logistics systems to work with the chests and when to recycle and stuff. I can see it in my head, but I just haven't done it yet. We'll get there, though. One of the main things I was waiting on was for Speed and Prod 3 modules, which we now have in abundance. Have you considered growing a beard? I'm gonna break it to you. Before, like, a week ago, I hadn't shaved in, like, a month, and that was all the beard I got. It is not up to me if I wanted to grow a beard or not. I also don't want one, but it's not up to me. It is not in the genetic cards. Yeah, I just look like a scraggly hobo. It doesn't grow in any full spots. It also doesn't grow longer than like half an inch, again, in non-full spots. Just like here a little bit, it skips the middle here. It kind of goes on my chin. I am not meant for facial hair. Yeah, I think the only other thing I want to do is put these same things in. Actually, no, we're getting enough bioflux now. I don't think we have the same level of problem we were having here. Well, it's building up though, so we can do this. Okay. Looks like we are not making enough jelly nut. Make sure both jelly nuts are working. They should both have seeds. Oh, they just weren't working because of the low power issue, though. They'll be fine now. They'll catch up. Okay. I think Gleba can sustain itself for a little bit again. Let's go back to the AQUILLO ship. I guess it doesn't really matter where I'm standing currently. I'm doing this all remotely anyway, so I can hang out on Gleba. That way, in case it breaks again, we're just here to fix it. Alright, let me check the nuclear cheat sheet. Factorio cheat sheet. Let's do some more math. Nuclear power. Isn't there a little chart here? Yeah. A 2x1 can handle 16 heat exchangers. See, it claims only 28 steam turbines, but I'm always going to do a two of those on every heat exchanger. Okay. So yeah, 16 of these is correct. So I guess we'll stick with 10 of these. I think they're okay in this layout. I'd like to have them laid out differently. We could make up for the difference by just making sure we store a lot of extra water, but I don't love that. This is 10.3 times 16. 164 divided by 20. Oh, we only need 8.2 of these. I did my math goofy somewhere. Okay, I'm okay with being slightly under then, I think. And then we can just try to store a lot of extra water. Yeah, okay. So each one of these needs 1 ice. Each one of these can make 2.5 ice. But I think I won't worry about making that work perfectly. Oh no, we can do this. Yeah, this works. Okay. Filters, ice. Yeah, cool. Okay. And now, like Korean food? Yes. Any food from that side of the planet is like my favorite food. That's how I cook at home too. Okay, now, do I want to try to... We're not going to try to space efficient yet. Mega space efficiency is not our current goal. Some Korean rice. Ooh, nice. What'd you do with it? How'd you make it? But yeah, I think we'll be able to do some stuff like this. Like... Move 2 of these up here, probably. I am tempted to just try it. They don't reach all the heat pipes there. They get part of them right there. Actually, I don't even know if those connect. Do those connect? Let's see. Yeah, they do. I think that counts as a connection. Looks like it does. But this one does not. But we could probably do that to save some space. We'll get there though. So how much... Like currently I'm running efficiency modules in a lot of these. I think some of these are gonna have to be productivities though. Because I think we're gonna have some issues with running out of certain resources. But I'll try to have like a asteroid reprocessing belt balancer somewhere. Lowest on the tier of Asian cuisine? I mean, Japanese is definitely highest. Nah, I think I'm putting Korean over Chinese food. I think I'm going Japanese, Korea, China. Japanese, Philippines, Korea, China. Clench every time like I've done something horrendous. Ooh, Vietnamese. There's so many choices. Yeah, my favorite like local Asian spot back in Tampa is Vietnamese too. Ooh. That's a hard ranking. I know Japan stays #1 for me. Like nearly every bit of my cooking I do at home is like Japanese cuisine inspired. Like almost all of it. The tea that I drink, the way I prepare rice, all of it. No, I'm definitely putting it under Korean. It's probably my least favorite. But I also don't know if I've had any like proper Chinese food other than like American cyber takey outy places, like not actually real Chinese food. So I might just have not a good perspective on it. Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean. You got a Filipino spot in there? Philippines food is crazy. But I also grew up with a teacher from the Philippines who like made us homemade Filipino food constantly. So that one is biased for me from personal experience. Ooh, that sounds super good, abuelita. Don't know much Filipino food. One of their big things is lumpia, which is like it's kind of like an egg roll, but it's very different, but it's in that family, but they are crazy good. They're so good. I also, per Ronin advice, yeah, lumpia. That's Filipino. Per Ronin advice, I made this like mung bean thing with these crazy leaves. I don't even remember what that is. I'd have to scroll way back in my DMs with Ronin, but I made this like really proper, like you would only find this from like a grandma in the Philippines making it for you, and I made it at home and it was insane. It was such a different like flavor than I had ever had. It was using these crazy leaves that you like boiled into the water and beans. I'll have to look up what that was. That was up there. That's a tough list. I'll just go top 3, and y'all can sort out the bottom ones. But I think I'm going Japanese, Vietnamese, Filipino, or Philippines. Those are my top 3. Authentic Chinese food, totally different than any buffet food. Yeah, see, I don't think I've had like proper Chinese food to appropriately rank it. Because I just think of like little white takeout box of rice and sweet and sour chicken. Like to me, that's Chinese food. Hawaiian food doesn't rank. Well, this is strictly from Asia area. Is that all in Asia? That's surely all in Asia. Garbage Chinese, really? Nah, I'm not taking that at all. What else is in that area? Indian food's a different type of cuisine. This would be like everything east of India in Asia. Top 10 food all time? Absolutely not. Can't agree. Hawaiians do amazing things with Spam. I was watching a whole history video about Spam the other day and how it was integrated and like why certain countries still eat it so much. Family recipes go crazy. The bread that I make in my bread maker is like grandma's recipe, and it's such a simple recipe for bread, and it's so good. Had it twice, nope. There's a lot of people who are not big fans of Indian food. I love it. But partially because being vegan, it's really easy for me to eat literally anything they prepare. Like 90% of it is inherently vegan, so I'm just exposed to it a lot at like restaurants and everything. Especially when I go on cruises. They just feed me constant Indian food. Yeah, a lot of chickpeas, a lot of lentils. I'd almost say more lentils than chickpeas. And just very different spice palette than most other countries. You know what's some of the best food I have ever had? I don't even know where this is at on a map. Persian food, I think, is the region. What specifically, where is this from? I gotta look this one up. Middle East? Let me check. Let me see if they had a specific country or if it was just like that. Yeah, Persian and Middle Eastern cuisine. So there was this restaurant we would go to, no joke, 2 or 3 times a week when Caitlin lived in Milwaukee, called Shahrazad. And they had like the wrapped grape leaves with the stuffing and everything in it. And they had these gyro-like sandwiches. They weren't gyros, and they also weren't doner kebab. They were something else, like more Turkish in origin from that area. They were crazy, and it was all vegan. Like they had all of the stuff on the menu that we could eat. We didn't have to special order anything. And it was it was like a falafel stuffed gyro, but the flavors were crazy. Like this was some of the best food I've ever had in my life, and it was so cheap. You could go and spend like OG Taco Bell prices. Like you'd go and spend $20 and have several meals worth of food for days off $20. And the owners were so nice. They would just hook us up all the time. That place was good. If you can find any like Persian Middle East, like kind of like cheap takeout areas near you, but authentic at the same time, that's what you want to be eating. That's some good food. They gotta have this kind of menu. This is important. If you walk by a restaurant and it's got one of these menus with like the big pictures of the food, that's how you know it slaps. If you walk past a restaurant with those big pictures of the food and like $4 written next to it, you're about to have some incredible food. That place was good. I miss that restaurant. We ate there so much. We were there constantly. Oh, did you, Dave? What is that next message? It's the emotes throwing me off. I feel like it's a real word, but the emote is just sending me in that message. I wasn't expecting the emote's so funny in there. I gotta look up what that is. That's so funny with the emote in it. Popular Indian street food snack made from boy. It's even funnier because it says chat at the end with 2 A's and it's a Twitch emote. It's like, hello. It's so funny.
That does look good though. Potatoes tossed with an array of sweet, sour, spicy, tangy ingredients. Yeah, this looks solid. looks quite good.
Okay. Maybe sweat. That's such a good type of spice, though. Like the spice that touches your tongue and you sweat. Very specific kind of spicy, but big fan of it. Tacos for lunch? I haven't had good tacos in a minute. Oh man, I posted this off center. It's off by 1. Oh no. No, I think it's off by 3. There we go. That's where it was supposed to be. Guess the whole thing was off center because I just changed the dimensions of my ship. That's not good. 2 slices of raw jalapeno. Sometimes you get the wrong kind of jalapeno and it's over. Like sometimes you are just not gonna have a good day because you got the spicy jalapeno. And it's not always, but when it does happen, it hurts. Something's not built centered. I don't think it's these. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is these. Okay. This whole thing's off by 1. That's what it is. I knew something was wrong. F5, true. Wow, that actually does help a lot. Okay. So that should be more than enough power for this ship. This is pretty overkill, I feel like. But I don't want to have any power issues. Well, that's a pretty beefy power setup. Oh, you know what though? This is a constant draw, so I'm gonna have to increase the water output slightly. What do I actually need? I need 10.3 times 16. I need 164.8. Currently, I'm getting 160, so I just need an extra 4.8 out of this. Let's see what one of those would get us. Like, I might just slightly overpower the outer ones or something. If that works well enough, I might bring the whole thing in by a little bit. We'll see, though. Ah. Ugh, I forgot I'm standing on Gleba. An unfortunate shock value there. Oh, I forgot I didn't even have the science thing set up. Really messed that up. Aren't you supposed to do bioflux? Oh, you're doing bioflux. Oh, so we have bioflux on Novice again. But this had an issue. Can I use spiders to recapture that? Is that a thing? Yeah, we have 60 bioflux on the belt. Anyone know if that works? Can I load a single spider with a nest capture and have him go do it? Here, what if I get rid of rockets and he gets a special request for this thing? Yeah, okay. I think it's solvable with spiders. Go, spider, go. Look at him go. He's going. Yeah, he recaptured it. Good job, buddy. I didn't know that was possible. All right. I need to put a radar out here too. Put one big radar over here so I can actually keep track of this area. Doesn't make it. Where's my construction area? Yeah, AQUILLO research. Huge. Okay, is it just infinite researches now? It is. Which infinite researches are going to benefit us the most? Probably explosives. Fizz damage would be good, but I want to use like gleba science. Asteroid productivity is probably a good idea. And then, sure, health. This. I like those. And then we'll give gleba a break and do this and this. Okay. I didn't even do what I was trying to do. Oh man, I can't get a radar far enough out here. I guess I'll just keep the spider over here. Oh, he doesn't have any defenses anymore, though. I'll just keep him nearby to do checkups. It's so close to being in radar range. Oh, you know what? I can pick up a radar with the spider. Keep forgetting that spiders just do these things. Um, 17. Did you see some, like, Facebook post on 99% of people can't solve this? Yes. Did you also instantly get 17 and feel bad for those that didn't? Or am I very wrong? Yes. The longest part of that equation for me was, for some reason, 8 minus 5. The only part that I actually thought about was the subtraction. And then as soon as I had 8 minus 5, I just instantly had 17. Oh, you can really get his legs to stretch out there. It's funny. Okay. I guess we're just hanging out on Gleba here. But let's, we see equations that don't look right. You got an example? Eight times 7. A little bit, yeah. Like, I know the answer, but I kind of see what you mean. Just looks a little off. I feel like if I'm thinking of multiplying to 56, I'm normally thinking 7 times 8 for some reason. I'm not thinking 8 7 times, I'm thinking 7 8 times. It's songs to remember every digit timetables up to 10. Specific song just for 8 times 7. Wonder why. What that little glitch in the human brain is that causes that. Okay, all that is left on this ship is... I mean, honestly, we have enough. I feel like I can test the bottom now. I feel like we should do that. Really don't know if I need this much gathering power, but seems like the right thing to do here. I'll probably need a way to run the belt down for some defenses down here too. Surely I don't need that many gatherers, right? Surely that's overkill on the gathering. I mean, do I actually care that these are right here? Like, these could, for sure, just move down. Somewhere. Could even move the whole thing down by 1 and just have some giant water storage up here. That'd probably be better, actually. We'll get to that when we get to it. Yeah, this feels a little better, making sure we have defense all the way down here. We don't have any turret defense? I might work in some turret defense there. But this would let me go way down here with the belt. And honestly, I just kind of want to test this, so this can just go up here. Oh yeah, this gets us up to 30 per second, just having the 1 speed module in there. Does drastically change the power consumption, but it gets us enough. But for symmetry, I'm going to want one in here. Honestly, it makes so much of a difference, though, that I could make it smaller and have more room for water storage. Wow, it really changes the power consumption, though. By a lot. Ooh, this is going to let me test if this actually works. I'm excited for that part. Does this function? Seems like we're struggling to get the calcite part. Oh, they just don't have a big enough stack yet. Yeah, I think my thruster thing works. That's cool. I'm excited about that. Yeah, it definitely looks like, at least on this planet, the oxide chunks are going to be our biggest limiter. But once we're on Aquillo, we'll have so much of that stockpiled. So we do want to have just kind of a way to stockpile, it looks like. Anything to do with water, or oxide in general, I guess. That way when we're back on other planets, we don't struggle. But we should have so much on the belt that it shouldn't matter. Let's go, Hungry. Congrats on the 25 streak there. It's pretty solid. Yeah, this setup is nice, though. I like this. Okay. Well, I got my test in. I got proof that this functions. So I'm kind of okay with everything now. I did notice that I could move these in by one if I really cared. Yo, welcome in, Andromedas. Yeah, it's gone so long that my side company thing I was working on ended up becoming my main full-time 8 hours a day job, to the point that the subathon only happens like 6 hours a day now. Went from a proper 12-hour a day subathon to practically our regular stream schedule. Subathoned too hard. Yeah, if I moved this over one, this could just be a straight pipe, and the input could go there. Basically just 2 full-time job I get. 6 to 8 hours in the AM, 6 to 8 hours in the PM, with a little bit of time to work out and eat in between. It's going well, though. Can't complain. Yeah, I'm really happy with the whole bottom of this. This is sick. Okay, I'm probably going to cut this off, though, so that it stops. Because we don't actually need it that functional yet. We're definitely going to need a fuel thing. And now we need a way to do some kind of ammo something or other. Ooh, you know what? I just realized that... What side of the belt were we on here? One of these will not work. These are going to put these on the wrong side of the belt. How do we fix that? Pre-space agent worked out fine. I mean, there's so much in base space age that you should probably just run regular space age first. There's a lot to do here. Ah, I didn't think about this. Not supposed to be grabbing these from the side of the belt. Alright, how do we fix that problem? Oh, I know what I can do. These can just grab from themselves. Is there a simple circuit way for me to... for me to tell it to grab from here before here? Probably. Yeah, I can just tell this one to only enable if this is empty. That should work. You only enable if the belt contents are 0, I guess. Which most of the time that one should be, but that'll just make sure it grabs from that first. Yeah, that way if there's any on this belt, this arm will activate before this arm. Cool. Cool, okay. Thought that was going to be a worse problem than it was, but that's fine. 70 hours in? Yeah, that's just the start. You're fine. Yeah, I did the math right on the calcite thing. It's just not a lot that comes through. But it is correct. But yeah, the water is the big issue here. I really like the idea of storing water tanks up here. They just fit so well. But it would mean I have to move this whole thing down 1. Everything below it has to go down by 1 to make room for these. But I do remember needing water storage. Started using combinators. I did use a combinator somewhere. I don't know where. It was probably Gleba. If any map is going to make me use combinators, it's Gleba. I think I have one somewhere. Nope, I don't. Ew, Gleba. Yeah, Gleba's something. I'm currently on Gleba because I just had to come over here to save it. I'm doing a lot of wires though, John Factory. I've got circuit conditions everywhere on this, but it's really coming out nice. I think this is going to be by far the coolest ship I've ever built. Hey, I just searched. I didn't have one. I'm not a baby. I'm not a quitter. I do think I need to grab some food though. It's 10 o'clock. I think I should get some food in me. We come back and keep working on this ship. I'm really happy with this ship so far, though. This is a very, very cool AQUILLO ship. For sure, putting way more effort into this than I did on my last AQUILLO run. You've been here like 10 times, Dave. How's that your first follow? Ship does look clean. Thanks. We did I think the coolest thing that I've done so far So I calculated the size of this belt loop, right? It's 57. I have full stacks. So per belt, I can have 24 items, right? So I have a total of 1,386 potential, like items that can be on the belt. Then I created a math weighting system to determine how much ice, calcite, and carbon should be on the belt, multiplied it all by 80% of the belt being completely full based on my weighting system, and decided based on that the exact number of ice, calcite, and carbon that should be allowed to be stacked on the loop. Probably the coolest nerdy math thing I've done in Factorio to date. But it seemed like a really smart way to balance the sushi loop here. It's wide. It's decently wide. This side will be gone. This is just my workspace right now. But it's going to be, I think, 81 tiles wide. And we might make it smaller too, we'll see. Once we kind of have each of the modules functioning, I needed thrust, which I solved. I needed nuclear power, which I solved. Now I just need rocket production and ammo production. And once I have all those, we're good to go. So I'm going to try to fit all of that in here. And then we'll work on making the ship smaller if possible. And I want to make sure I have a stupid amount of storage, because you end up needing to bring like thousands, if not tens of thousands of items per trip to AQUILLO. One too many belts. Oh, on my math here for the 57. I think I did it before the splitter was in, if you think that's it. I also need to do this. Input priority on the bottom, but I need to keep things from getting stuck in that little top bit too. Meant 0 belts at all. Oh, we can go beltless. I got you. We'll go beltless right now. Cool. There we go. That'll just keep stuff from getting stuck up there. And we should never have anything stuck on these, because all of the conditions that these are based off of is based on what's in here. So we shouldn't end up with any jams up here. We going beltless? Yeah, Dreaky. Beltless comment got me thinking. You could do some insanity and just like direct feed straight into this with no belts. Full space age, no belts. I already have a viewer doing that. Cylinder. Cylinder is doing a complete no belt run, and it is wild. He's been posting some pictures, and it's crazy. Yeah, he hasn't made it to Gleba yet, and he's also going to suffer there. Let me see if I can show you guys the screenshot of his map. It's stupid. Yeah, for one example, here is a bot mall he built. Look at this. This is a beltless circuit-powered bot mall. Look at the wires, man. This is crazy. And then, where's the screenshot of his map? Yeah, this is also something on his round. He has a screenshot of his map, and it's terrifying. Oh yeah, I saw it up in it. So he was building this. Look at his map up here. Look at this. The beltless setup looks so cool. Yeah, here's the map screenshot. This is his novice so far with no belts. All trains and I guess direct insertion into furnaces and stuff. Very, very cool. Okay, I'll be right back though. Let me go quickly go get some food. Otherwise, I'm not gonna have the brain power for AQUILLO shipbuilding. I don't know if we'll launch to AQUILLO tonight. We might. What's on the menu? Do I have any food left over? It might just be a protein shake. That might be my dinner. I don't think I have any other food made. It's probably just a protein shake. What did I have earlier? I had some chili dogs. We had some veggie dogs. So I had some chili dogs and some leftover salad that I made yesterday. We hardly ever make salad, but when we do, it goes hard. This salad was awesome. It was like 4 different types of greens, a bunch of olives, chickpeas, pumpkin seeds. I had marinated some tofu in like this sesame soy base that I made. What else was in there? I think there were sesame seeds too. Some other kind of veggie. There was some bean sprouts, bunch of cut up mushrooms. It was a banger salad. Nah, I don't got any floor fries, unfortunately. No floor fries. Hey, we got 6 people watching on YouTube too. Okay, Gartic? Oh yeah, we're back. Nobody move. Nobody go anywhere. Alrighty, boys, how you doing? Why are you only on level 2? Did you guys already lose once? How'd you lose? I was only gone like 20 minutes. Went to 6. Ooh, nice, okay. How was none of those guesses the snake on the top left? What else could that be? Well done, boys. I'm cutting you off. Thank you for holding it down. Or the soccer goal, yeah.
Abuba.
Abuba. Okay, back to designing. Oh, I realized I didn't even pause the game. I'm so lost in the sauce of whatever I'm doing up here. Nice, we knocked out some research though. Accidentally AFK'd for like 20 minutes. Speaking of. What's for dinner? I ended up having some microwaved corn dogs. Very, very healthy. I ate plenty of good food today. I just microwaved 2 corn dogs and then I'll have a protein shake later. I wasn't super hungry, I ate a lot earlier. Okay, we need to solve a couple of things before I start min-maxing on space requirements, but a couple of things to solve first. Thing 1, we need red ammo production. How much production do I have on these guys? I have 2. At 1.25 per second. Ooh, nice. Good nuclear is good. Alright. How are we going to make red ammo? That is much slower than these ships. So if we wanted to make it to like 2.5 per second, I don't know if we're making that. But we could maybe do 4 of these. How much yellow do we get? Hi, Lanny.
Shout out Max for my 2-year sub.
Riding PMAX for 2 years. That's crazy. That's a whole lot of PMAX riding. I'm gonna need some foundry situations. You need iron ore and calcite, and you make iron ore and calcite. Oh, you don't. Dang, the only calcite can come from him. Well, what do I do with the other stuff? I don't need all the extra ice. I mean, I guess I could find a way to route it down here somewhere. I just need the calcite. How much calcite do these make if I switch them to the other one? Oh, but then they don't make enough. Then they only make 0.6, and I need 1 from each of these. Well, the calcite's not as easy to get as I thought. And I guess it makes 0.4. Why am I getting different numbers? Oh, I got asteroid productivity. So all my math is wrong now. It's like, what happened? That makes sense. I understand now. Why have we made 0 blue fuel? No calcite. Okay, I guess I see why. So it does look like calcite production can be an issue. But one of these can power 4 of these, so we really don't need much. And I just need some way to get rid of the ice. this will do how many? Okay, so I want... You would need this setup, right? Melt only when needed for fuel. Well, I mean, it'll eventually fill up these water tanks and stop melting. I could set a condition on these as well to disable when these are full or something. But I can just void some ice, it doesn't matter. So he'll need something like this for his interaction with the main belt, right? But then we'll also want something like this for the calcite output. He puts out 0.44, he uses 0.12. We actually need 48. Might just do this then. This will use 6.25. One of these guys will make 10, but I need 12.5 now. But I could just do one of these and just have leftover. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, that'd be enough for those. And if I have 6.25 of those, it's putting out 93.7, so I almost have 200. That would power 4 of these. It's a good amount of iron plates. I would need a total of, if I wanted this production, about 10 of this coming out. So I probably need 3 of these, which is fine. Yeah, they've put a lot of thought into like the actual science on everything. They've done a really good job of that. Oh, this makes more than enough steel for the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, so this production setup here is more than fine for this. I mean, I could even go a little higher if I wanted to. Yeah, this is fine then. Alright, so that'll be on a belt. This gets me everything I need except for the copper. So I guess I also want one of these for copper. The copper one... Yeah, then I would have to like find a way to void the iron though. How much iron comes out of this one? Okay, so this still makes enough iron and it would get me the copper that I need. Doesn't quite make enough though. Oh, it doesn't even come close to making enough. But how much copper does this use? 0.41. I could not even power one of these. Not even close. Dang, we need a lot of copper here. I do need more iron from him, though. That doesn't give me room to get rid of the copper. Dang, I need so much more copper than this makes. Because I was going to use... How many of those? 4 of those? So we'd be at 1.6. I mean, we should actually be pretty close. Yeah, one of these makes enough. Oh, yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, we'll have enough. Okay. Okay, so I need an additional... You're putting out 0.44. I don't have any room to take any more calcite out. Dang, I need more calcite. Okay. Alright, what if we did this? You're gonna be copper. What if we rotated you? Guess that doesn't really give me an alternate calcite out, does it? Oh yeah, I can spit calcite through the middle. Yeah. Progress. And then the belt will just look like this for wherever it passes by this guy. As long as they can all reach the belt. Okay. Very close to this making sense. We'll have an additional out there. Yeah, okay. These need to be stack inserters. We'll have a little one of these situations here. That's how we'll get the calcite through. You'll also have one of these situations. And then we have a nice one of these right here. Oh, this doesn't actually give me a way to get that iron out though, does it? Gonna move down by 1. Y'all, welcome in, Duck. How we doing? Perfect. Okay. That is our setup there. It won't make a lot of iron, or a lot of copper though. We gotta think about that. So it's gonna be 1.6 out of 6.25. Nah, it's still not enough copper. Ah. Can I get another one of these here? I just don't know where to take this copper out of. I guess I have to rotate them. But then I won't have enough room to get another iron input here. Okay, what if there was another one at a speed beacon? I'm trying to basically just efficiency beacon everything. Granted, I am having a lot of nuclear on the ship, so I probably don't need to be that careful with it. But I'm trying to not just beacon everything to get out of my problems here. All right, here's an idea. Okay. I think we've cooked something. How are you going to get ice out of the calcite crusher? That's a good point. We need to do that one too. I may have cooked here. Might have a plan. Ooh, you know what though? We're gonna run out of... I didn't even think about this. We're not consuming enough of the iron. Huh. Because this is still putting out 10 iron. Oh, I didn't even do the iron math right. I was looking at the recipe. It was outputting 10. Okay. All right, okay. I'm actually less mad now. The recipe makes more sense now. 6.25 divided by 2.2. So I actually need closer to 3 of these to power this fully. Well, that changes everything. Beacon my bot mall on Vulcanus? Do it. I want to do as much of this with direct insertion as I can, but that looks like it's going to be difficult. I mean, I could just scale down the production of the ammo, but I feel like that's not the best idea. Because we have a lot of defenses on here, and I feel like we're going to want a lot of ammo. And I have no reason to limit myself on scale here. I'm just mad that it's not as pretty as I wanted it to be. Okay, I've had enough of whatever this music is. So 2 isn't quite enough. It's very close though. So we can slightly underpower these, I think. But yeah, I don't have an ice void set up. Which I can do with like a long inserter here if I want. Like we can find a way to get ice out of here. We can make that happen. Yeah, this is only going to give it 4.2, so it's going to be a little short there. It's going to be about a third, so we're going to have like 120 to work with. I mean, that should be just about enough, though, to power that. Yeah, this whole dual product thing here is a little rough. Maybe we just deal with not direct inserting here. Maybe we just meet our minimum thresholds. We have belts that run by these and throw the rest into the void for when it overproduces. Because we have to keep these running. I think this output setup is good. 3 of these would be 16, 24, 22.6, 2.26, which is still so low. Oh, but we're going to have 6 of them, so that'll be pretty close. Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to have to rotate. I think this is going to have to be the setup. We'll have to have a copper out. I guess we just sushi build it again. Just do something like this. Determine how much needs to be on the belts. Maybe the rest just goes out like a different end or something. I do that, I guess these don't need to be sideways, though. Oh, I just realized all of the... Oh, these are stackers. Okay. Is that belt even stacked? It's kind of hard to tell when it's moving that fast. Doesn't look stacked. Can't stack items with a stack size of 1. Oh no, they do have a stack size of 1. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a bunch of wasted stack inserters. Okay. This is feeling better. Let me do some rates here. 2.2 times 6. So this is giving me 13.2 divided by 6.25. 2.1. Yeah. Okay. So that's enough of that. Copper wise, we're getting 0.88 times 6. We're getting 5.28, which is enough for that. Okay. We have enough here. One of these is enough calcite as well. So I'm thinking... The mod's done now. I'm sorry you got banned for so long, I forgot. Normally I instantly unban after mods do some silliness, my bad. Yeah, no, my bad. I forgot to unban you. That was Fortnite, though. Okay, this works. I'm okay with this. And then we just set up a little sushi belt system here. And we'll do our same weighting thing, I guess. Maybe. Top 10 in 3 matches, let's go. I don't love this though, because they have 2 output products. I mean, I guess I did it here and it's not an issue. Maybe, possibly. It is an issue. Ah! Okay, so what do we do about that? So if we have 2 products, we have a problem. It can't put out calcite. Oh, never mind. No, I'm incorrect. It can put out all the calcite at once. Maybe. No, it can't put out ice though. Yeah, all the ice is stopped up because of calcite. So what do we do about that? Does your ship have a giant box on the side? That's my sidecar. My undefended sidecar, you know? Yeah, it's just like a drawing space. This almost works, but I don't think the sushi belt calcite thing is gonna do it for me. I think these all have to, for this to work, I think these all have to be an unlimited output, and we have to have some kind of voider that's yeeting them out into space based on belt fullness. But we should just about be fully consuming everything except for the iron, I think, so I guess that would be okay. I mean, at that rate, we could just probably throw the ice onto the belt too and just void the ice off the belt. And this is realistically going to be sideways, I think. I'll have to do some adjusting, but I think he's going to end up on this side, though. So we'll need some kind of loop for him. Some kind of spot for him. And then yeah, that should work. He grabs copper. He grabs iron. He grabs calcite. And I do want to sushi build it because we got to make sure it's flowing around, right? So one option would be this. Yeah, that's probably good enough. And then just need some way to yeet excess off the belt. We have 4 things that need to yeet off the belt, though. But this might work. We need a calcite yeeter, iron ore yeeter, copper yeeter, and a this yeeter. Yeah, there we go. Wow, they made some progress on that wall, didn't they? Oh, I'm on clever. Yeah, this works. And then we just need one of these guys. That didn't quite work, did it? There we go. Yeah, I like this. These can be stackers too. This helps us get more onto a belt. Alright, this is a pretty good little setup here. And then I know we're going to need 3 iron plate makers, 1 steel maker, and I think 1 copper plate maker. These will probably be in a line. He makes 3.75. Yeah, we have enough from him. All right, would you fit somewhere over here? Yeah, it looks like it. We just have to change the belt shape a little bit. It does look like we have one little issue there with that one that outputs. Could make it happen though. Don't like how bulky this part is. I'd like to keep that a little cleaner looking, but I don't know how. I guess this could be here. Messed up the belt a little bit there. Okay, that looks good. Everything can touch the belt. Everything seems to be putting things where I'd expect them to. Are we on low power? Oh yeah, I'm not actually using the nuclear yet. Here, we should probably set that up. Okay. Ship nuclear power. Import from novice nuclear. You should probably always have like 200 on you, honestly. Yeah, I forgot this is all just ran off of some crappy solar panels right now. Which, to be fair, they're doing a decent job for how much is on here. Yeah, it just makes you want to eat it. Okay, yeah, without the void setup, though. See how quickly the iron and copper becomes a problem. Yeah, so that became a problem instantly. If calcite greater than, I don't know, 100, it's not going to be much. What's the actual amount here? 18 times 24. So we have 432 slots of belt space. This shouldn't even be that much, but well, we need to stockpile some of that. These have way higher rates. I don't just want to like... this is a tough call. Because I don't just want to completely void this much of it, right? Because this is going to consume a good amount of our metal asteroids. I think I just need a different belt for the calcite and ice. Because then I can just turn these on and off as needed. And then just yeet if the ratio gets too wrong, and I think that makes more sense. Are you sushi for the memes? No, I'm sushi because it just seems like it works so much better in space. For like compactness, doing some circuitry things. And because so many of these things have like 2 or 3 different outputs that come out of them. So you'd have to separate them all anyway. Yeah, I think you gotta move. You can come out 1. No, we could just grab calcite from a much easier spot. We could just grab calcite here. Here. And then on the outside, maybe, somehow? Maybe it does make more sense to grab the calcite on the inside. Yeah, because then we can just have a little calcite belt run through the middle. That probably makes way more sense. Yeah, I think that works better. Then I'll just do something like this here and just use this as a an ice eater. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. So then these guys can move up. Let's move this whole thing out of the way. Are all these just going in here? No, they're just actually getting deleted. That's fine. Okay, let me clear stuff off the belt so I can think. So yeah, these can all be based on a circuit condition over here. I think. This one's just a tough puzzle because of the dual output, though. This one's a tough one. I mean, we are consuming more iron than copper. But I feel like it's going to get stuck at some point. But maybe we just wait till that point is here and then address it when it's time, you know? Yeah, we'll try this at first. can do the math on this again too, how I did for the other, like, actual calculated one. So we have 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 31 belts. So 31 times 24. So we have 744 belt slots. Our total belt usage that we need is, I mean, I guess we could just divide it in a third like that. Divided by 3. 248 times 0.8. So we'll do 200 copper, 400 iron for the limits. Enable if iron ore is less than 400. Okay. I feel like it's just gonna jam up though. It's gonna immediately do what this one did down here, where it now can't spit out the calcite because the belt doesn't ask for any more ice. Oh no, it's the other way around. It's not asking for calcite, so the calcite builds up and the ice is now stuck even though the belt wants ice. That's a tough little solution to solve there. Maybe the yeeters would be on a decider combinator that it'll only yeet if amount on belt is too high and machine not working, or machine not working. But I feel like I would need another way to detect why the machine isn't working. I don't know how to solve this. Iron ore, just use the regular metallic crushing, and for copper, use the advanced crushing. Iron from the advanced crushing with input prior splitter, but you might just want to void it. Yeah, I feel like I have to just void it. Because it's just going to cause a problem because it's a 2 output recipe. But I hate just throwing stuff into space for no reason. But it would be a lot more reliable if I do that. Like, I'm already doing that with the ice here, so. Because the other issue we're going to have is we're basically never going to be fully consuming these, right? Like, at first when we need to do the initial ammo fill, but after that, these are going to be stopped all the time. Which is going to make one of these two conditions back up every time. But yeah, I see what you mean. Input priority the iron from these, so it'll try to use this iron first, while the other ones, the regular iron crushers, can just sit, you know, backed up. High respect. Alright, gotta do a little thinking again. We weren't ready to move it over here. We moved over too early. Back to the creative lab. Okay. So we... How do we do this then? Don't know if there's a good way to do this part. That could kind of work. I like it. Okay. So that should handle the outputs. It ain't the prettiest thing we've ever done. I guess they could all just run into a splitter too, but I don't want things to get backed up. I'm too afraid of things getting backed up here. The rates on these shouldn't be an issue though for that. Thinking. Yeah, I guess if we have a yeeter set up. This is an idea. Let's keep this guy in mind. I think this will be fine though. This is better. Okay. Get rid of this. Get rid of the sushi belt. How much do these make on their own? Because this one's just kind of a backup one. I used to work to rest from the stress produced by this game. Yes, correct. That's the right answer. Alright, so you're going to have an input priority from the iron that comes out of this. You're going to get moved down. And then we will have a yeeter at the end of this that yeets if this belt has anything, has, you know, 6+ on it or whatever. That if this belt backs up at all, that could cause a backup for the copper. It starts yeeting the iron. this is just going to be here as a backup to power these if this doesn't work. How much AQUILLO first run? Most of the time I can speak fluent Tom, I'm going to need some help on that one. That one's going to need a little help. How long were you on AQUILLO? Oh, AQUILLO's a long one. Even watching the Venzer like mega basing video, he spends about 20 or 30 hours on AQUILLO, I think, in that video. I was probably 50 plus hours on AQUILLO. Had to be. AQUILLO's hard. AQUILLO's very fun, though. There's something about how they made AQUILLO versus Gleba, where Gleba makes you want to uninstall the game, and AQUILLO, while debatably just as difficult, is so much more fun and doesn't make you hate the game. Oh, this won't work though. I was gonna try something else. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna stick with this because it helps me line up the belts. Yeah, something about the spoilage mechanic versus an overflow mechanic. Is Gleba good as like a puzzle concept planet? Yes, but there's, I don't know, there's something about the way that it's implemented that the puzzle just doesn't feel as good. It's a very good puzzle, but I think what it boils down to that makes Gleba feel so bad is that in order for the puzzle to work, like you don't just get to solve this puzzle or solve this puzzle or solve this one or this one. You effectively have to solve each and every one of these puzzles before doing almost anything, because they almost all have to run at full speed or else they all break each other. I think that's the only part that kind of makes Gleba feel as bad as it does. Versus like the puzzle on AQUILLO is similar to the novice oil refining puzzle, where, and kind of like the puzzle that I'm solving on the spaceship right now, where things have multiple outputs and you're often only going to fully consume one, so you have to deal with the overflow, which is a much better feeling puzzle. Whereas the Gleba puzzle is like, you have to deal with the overflow, but it also has a timer on it. Yeah, and it's just the fact that you have to have them all solved at the same time. Like, you don't get to test them and see what works and what doesn't. I think that's what makes Gleba feel so bad. And I would say, like, the reward you get is all resources are effectively infinite on Gleba. But they are on Fulgora and Vulcanus too, so, like, it doesn't matter. Gleba's an STD. But install the delete Gleba mod with the other mods I have require Gleba. I think it should be in the game, but I would maybe like to see it implemented a little differently. And this is my second Space Age playthrough. Like, I've solved Gleba twice now, independently of each other. And I still don't love it. Yeah, if there was a mechanic where you could freeze products or something, and they had to be unfrozen to be used, but if they were frozen, the spoilage timer stops. Incredible. Like, that would be such a good change. Solves Gleba. Hey, that's the only way to eat chips and salsa. I like that decision. Like an extended spoilage. That could work too. But I'm not sure even extending a spoilage timer solves the problem. Unless it extends it to just such a ridiculous degree that you never have to think about it, you know? Alright, we're gonna have to work out some circuit conditions, but this is the correct solution here. This makes way more sense than whatever I was trying to do before. Appreciate the input there, John. Yeah, that is the good salsa. Okay, so the last part of this to solve is I need to yeet ice. I might run ice through a yeeter that way, but either way, this is a much better setup than we had. This one should be able to supplement any extra this might need. The rest of these make plenty of iron anyway. I'm not even sure we're gonna need this one, honestly. The more I think about it, I don't think we need that one. No, we do, because I'm gonna yeet iron, and if I just yeet too much iron because the copper consumption for some reason exceeds it, which it shouldn't based on what we're using it for, because it's going to the same product, but we should always have more iron consumption with this than copper. But I'll keep it in there as a safety. Just put it in a chest. Can you not use chests up here? I've never even tried. I don't even know.
Gravity too low.
Or are the turbo belts flashing? I don't see them flashing, so yeah. You might be, due for an immediate medical visit. Weld them onto the platform. Yeah. I kind of hate to do this to ruin some compactness, but I could absolutely just move this here so that it consumes it properly. Move this here. Makes my brain happier. Can you weld in space? Probably not, actually. Gotta remember to replace all these with not stackers. Since you can't stack the asteroids. Very silly. It'd be a little overpowered, but... Oh, it is possible. TLDR, you can weld in space. Alright. Like knowing you can weld in space. Yeah, I'm always thinking when I watch Twitch, I want to learn about welding mechanics, you know? Don't let the mods see us. The sources to learn aren't the issues. That's not where the bans come from. Okay, so how are we gonna do? Man, this is hurting my head trying to figure this build out. This is driving me crazy. Thank you for the follow, Drovidus. You probably do hold at least 10%. Oh, this is a lot of thinking. I mean, I know it works now, it's just about coming up with the right circuit conditions, which I feel like that's not the worst problem to have now. I see that? What did I see? Oh, I don't read your messages. We know this. You're marked as a low priority chatter. What if I had a priority chatter list and it leaked? I should get a chatter priority list. I thought I read your thing. Maybe I just read it in my head. But yeah, you probably do hold like 10%. For sure. Make one and leak it to yourself to farm drama. Yeah! Correct. Good answer. Launch Fortnite and Twitch crashed. Wouldn't worry about it too much. Oh man, this ship is gonna kill me trying to figure this out. I went on my last playthrough, Max, but I'm trying to just build a really, really well thought out smart ship this time. I want a very fast, very strong ship with a lot of storage, a whole lot of power, and I feel like we're doing a pretty good job of it. I'm pretty happy with it so far. I think this little fuel setup back here is one of the coolest things I've ever built in the game, minus the fact that I can't get enough ice because I didn't come up with a yeeting protocol, so we gotta do that. But other than that, pretty cool. Yeah, that's what all these are. Yeah, I've done AQUILLO once. I do know that much. I honestly might do direct insertion with these. Yeah, we have all the defenses in front too. It's just a matter of fitting all the things that I want in here compact. That's my only real challenge right now. Okay. That should work. What did you say about the Steam console? I think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. We weren't talking about it today, but I'll happily rant about that again. Why? Because I went and watched the full info on it, and they're saying it's going to be competitively priced with gaming PCs, not with consoles. So all you get is a computer that does less, but costs similar to a low-end gaming PC. If they priced it with consoles, it would make sense. Not pricing it with consoles and choosing to price it on the gaming PC end of the spectrum completely defeats the purpose of it. You just get a worse gaming PC for more money. Seems like an absolutely awful decision. It won't get subsidies from games. Yeah, they do. People buy the games to play it on their Steam console. You think they get the games for free? No, I don't get the people who would buy it at all. If it was marketed to console users at a console price, I would absolutely understand it. But it's being marketed to people who already primarily use Steam on their computers, and it's going to cost the same as a computer. I don't get it. Who is that for? Then also get a Steam machine. But yeah, they're still selling the game. The game still gets purchased. Steam is not hurting for money. They don't need to sell every game twice to the same user. Yeah, the portability of a Steam Deck makes sense. A Steam machine does not make any sense. It is a worse computer. It's not a... If you have the extra money to decide I want to buy a second computer and put it in my living room, sure. But that is such a small demographic. It's like, yeah, I really get tired of playing my PC games in my room. I want to play them in my living room. So I'm going to buy a second gaming PC that has the word Steam on the front of it. But it's a worse quality than my other PC. But it's slightly, in some realm, more convenient, maybe? Based on the components in it and everything, it's going to be more than $600. Based on the components in it and them saying it's going to be competitively priced with gaming PCs, it's probably going to be like $900, maybe $1,000. No, they know it'll sell. My problem isn't Steam making it. My problem is people buying it. It would be cool to have it for your living room, but like, for what I don't get it. Why can't people buy it? I mean, people can also burn $100 bills for fun. I don't get it. How do you figure the component cost? I don't know, random estimates with me not knowing the price of any single component. You can't try to put logic on this, Strom. I don't know. To me, it still seems like the stupidest idea I've ever heard. I cannot fathom it. I do not understand what they're thinking releasing this. These also need iron plates, right? This makes... See, I probably need a lot of rocket manufacturers, though, too. But I don't know who they're making for. If it's for somebody who doesn't have a gaming PC, why would you then offer to sell them a worse gaming PC that has less functionality than them buying a cheaper gaming PC? That's the part that doesn't make sense to me. I don't have a gaming PC, but I want to play games. Let me pay more for a worse console with less functionality to only play them in my living room. I don't even know what the Steam frame is. It's a better console with easy Steam accessibility. They can play not tethered. It's tethered to your living room. What do you mean? I can't understand it. It's aimed at console players to bring them in the PC world. If it's aimed at console players, that could make sense, except they said it's going to be priced competitively with PCs. If you try to sell that for more than $500, no one's going to buy it who's a console player. No, I'm not talking about a $4,000 gaming PC. I'm talking about like a $900 gaming PC. Like a lower end gaming PC, not top of the line. And no, I'm not going to put it in front of my TV because if I'm going to play games, I'm going to sit here and play my games. Why would I want to go play games in the living room? Is this the Steam thing? Yeah, I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. My issue is it being compared to consoles, when the company has directly stated they are competing with PC prices. They just have to pick a lane. They're not picking a lane. They're advertising it as a console, but trying to sell it at PC prices, but it's just a worse PC and a slightly better console. Yeah, and that's the thing. They're announcing it as a PC, not a console. But they're trying to give it limited console functionality by having it stuck in your living room with less computer functionality. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. The only way it'll make sense is if they drop it for like $500. But they specifically said they are going to launch it at PC prices and not console prices, which means it has to be more than $500. I don't get it. Don't be thruster. Thank you for the gift sub, the toxic. Oh, this doesn't even need two here. Just one. Ooh. Hey, you're at 129 gift subs? I always just associate you with bits. It's Linux based. I think it's in that world, but it's like Steam OS. It's its own thing. It's like their own personal Steam only OS thing. Welcome back, Zev. No, I know you've given a lot of bits. I just didn't realize you're that high on the subs, too. This setup is driving me crazy. I hate this. I'm rapidly losing interest in making this AQUILLO ship. How's the factory going? Bad. Terrible. dual boot Windows. No, they made this Python thing. That when they launched Steam Deck, they made Python, which makes all Windows games work on Linux. It's like 99.9% of games. It's like a automatic perfect Windows to Linux port that Steam Deck uses. Proton Python, it's the same thing. Bunch of words, bunch of made up words for coding nerds. Well, yeah, but nobody wants to play GTA 5, Fortnite, and COD. Whoa! Here's the 5 gift subs, bro. I appreciate that. Yo, you hit Dave. Let's go. Here are the 5 gift subs, bro. Very appreciated. Yeah, exactly. Coding nerds. Those guys. Games made for... Yeah, I learned about this the other day. That's the only reason I said it so confidently. I learned about this from Mike the other day. Kernel level anti-cheat multiplayer. Yeah. Which is, granted, you know, some of the bigger multiplayer competitive games, but also, like,
for heaters for dinner,
you're probably not playing those if you're the person buying Steam fake console PC anyway. I do say everything confidently, yes. It's a skill. A special skill set. What's the math on these? We only need 0.41 times 2, so we only need these to run at 0.82. I don't even do the math on this. .28. So we only need 6.56, which this will make. Okay. Is it midnight shift? First midnight in about a month since switching back to evenings. Enjoy the midnight work. Again, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Get you some good workies in. Cute new tech device for if you want a PC that only runs Steam and has a similar plug-and-play experience to consoles over Steam. Yes, exactly. It is a tech device that only runs Steam. That's correct. That's a good description of it. PS5 only has PS Store, Xbox only has Microsoft Store. Yes, because they are consoles, priced as consoles, marketed as consoles. If you watch the actual interviews about the Steam machine and the videos put out by Linus and the tech people, it is being priced with PCs and marketed as a Steam-based OS PC that has a console experience. It is not being marketed as a console. This is where my issue is. I guess I can make this belt bigger. I also only need copper right here. Install other things besides Steam. Yeah, I mean, it's just some gaming hardware in there. In Linus's video, he talked about something about you could basically do anything on it, but if you don't use like their specific OS or something like the HDMI recognition to auto switch inputs or something, doesn't matter. It's like a really minor thing, but if it was in that range, I rest my entire case. But them saying they intend to price it competitively with gaming PCs is what makes me believe it's going to be more expensive than that. If it drops at 450 to 600, my whole argument is gone and I'm totally fine with it. It literally solves all my problems. Where did they say that? I'll show you. Sorry, may you repeat? No, I'm pulling up the video.
Dropped 3 absolute bombs today. The Steam frame.
This is him. This is him speaking directly with Valve on the whole thing as well.
Price. Valve wasn't able to give any specific numbers due to rapidly evolving market conditions, but they will obviously have it nailed down when the Steam Machine launches in Q1 2026 alongside the new Steam controller. They did give me one hint though. They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC rather than like a.
So that's from Valve. This is like he went to Valve and they briefed him on it to basically help them with their announcement. That's direct from them.
Alongside the new Steam controller. They did give me one hint though. They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC rather than like a console with games subsidizing the upfront hardware purchase.
If you didn't have a gaming PC or current gen console and could buy a current gen console for 600 or a Steam machine for 800, what would you buy? Neither. I'd probably buy a very budget gaming PC for 400 to 500 and get way more value out of it because then I also have a computer for like actual computer uses too. Because it has all the functionality of both of them. Same, but we're PC elite. I mean, I also have a PS5 on my desk. I have a PS5. If you did not want to buy a gaming PC and preferred to play connected to your flat screen TV, what would you buy? Still a PC and plug it into my flat screen TV. It's got HDMI outs. It's the, if I had to pick between a PC and console, no matter what, I'm picking a PC because you get the same product but with more functionality. It's the same thing. A console is an extra bonus thing that you literally just buy for an exclusive game. You don't buy it because you prefer sitting in your living room. You buy it because they put out one exclusive game on it. Yeah, if it comes out in the 500 to 800 range, I rest my case on the whole thing. If this thing drops at 900 plus, I'm deleting every game I have on Steam, deleting my Twitch account, driving to Valve headquarters, you won't do that, you'll forget about it. Yeah, I literally won't care at all about this. It'll launch and I'll just point and laugh at the people who buy it and move on with my life. But I like to pretend this matters a lot more than it does. You can plug a controller into your computer. I do it all the time. There is no benefit to owning a console when a PC exists. Unless you specifically, very specifically, want to play an exclusive game for that console. Bye, Liv. Just say it in Minecraft and it's fine. Point and laugh at people who think this is good. Point and laugh at anybody who buys the Steam machine. Or even touches one. Some people don't want that. That's fine. They can pick a new planet to live on. Yeah, if the price is good, this is overall a good thing. If it drops with a good price, again, everything's fine. Take back everything. Yeah, if they actually compete with the console market, that'd be fantastic. I just don't think that's their intention. All that being said, sometimes it's nice to kick back and play on a console and not have to fire up a whole PC. You sit down in your living room, you press a button, you get the PlayStation beep, and you're not connected to the whole internet. You've just got a little console to vibe on your flat screen TV in the living room, which is fun. We gotta get pre-angry, just in case the price is bad so we can be even angrier. I'm gonna say Andromeda's. Yes, that controller looks terrible. Yeah, they've given the specs. But none of it's NVIDIA, so nobody knows what it means. It's like AMD with a bunch of random numbers and letters after it. They forgot to put an NVIDIA in it so people can understand it. PlayStation requires internet. Oh yeah, it does. I don't even think... The discs aren't even real anymore. You put in a disc and it goes, please download the game. This disc was a key to get into your online download. Like, what's the point of a disc anymore? The disc is what the game's supposed to be on. What was I doing? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me remember what I was doing here before I go back to ranting about this some more. I never even made red ammo on my last AQUILLO ship. This is a big upgrade for me. As you should be. I only drop good takes. Ask anybody here. Every take I've ever dropped. Fantastic take. This only needs steel. I was thinking there was more to this than that. Stop pulling me out of lurk with your lie. What do you mean, Liv? What part was any of that a lie? You know I have the best takes. See, Zav knows it too. I did also alt tab to join the convo. And can't read. It's more of a weaponized incompetence, you know? Baffles me that I stick around. Because you just kind of always want to see what the next outrageous thing that gets said is, you know? Okay, here's the quote from Tom Reddit. People who don't understand that they are not the target market. People who don't want to accept that they're not the target market. Here's the problem with that. I'm gonna draw you a diagram on Steam. Arc Raiders was like, Rust? It's literally inspired by Rust! It's literally inspired by Rust! Okay. Here's our Venn diagram. It's not the same game. They are indistinguishable. They're the same game. Okay, so this is the target demographic for the Steam machine, right? Right here. This is their target demographic. This is a Venn diagram, right? Right? Here's Valve headquarters. This is the target demographic. Right here. This is the rest of the world's population, right here. So the problem is, they made this product over here, and they're trying to sell it to these people, but their target demographic is here. This non-existent speck over here. That's the main issue, I think. So if they work on that, I think they'll do better. How's the ship going? Not great either. I'm too distracted. Knowing the specs and not knowing the price, I can't even tell what the target market is. That's #1 upvoted comment. True. Exactly, PMax. He's correct there. Steam people are PC players, they're targeted. That's what I'm saying, though. If you care about the Steam machine, you use Steam on your computer. And console players have their consoles already. I just care so much about this. This really matters to me, you know? It's probably a good idea, but then when you put out your announcement, price it competitively with a console. This is all about it's literally all about the singular line stating, we intend to price this competitively with PCs. It just comes down to what it's priced at. If it is priced competitively with a console, everything is good. I 100% support the idea. I might even buy one myself. I'm not going to buy one. But if it ends up being priced with the PCs, it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. More console ports to PC for games. Hard agree. That's a reasonable take. If you want to make a plug-and-play Steam viable console-like accessory, you have to price it like a console. Steam wanting more money because clearly they aren't making enough. Which is crazy, because they probably sell more games than any other game thing anywhere. It seems like a very bonehead decision. It just seems like inventing a product that nobody asked for, that nobody wants, and no one will buy. People will buy it, but people will buy it just like they buy a new iPhone with no updates. It's just like, oh, new shiny thing. No, the Steam Deck makes a lot of sense. The Steam Deck makes a ton of sense. There was only one handheld console on the market, and it was running on 1995 hardware by Nintendo. The Steam Deck makes a ton of sense. But making a giant box that you can only plug into your TV in the living room with less functionality than a computer and pricing it like a computer seems like the worst decision I've ever heard. They so far have promised that there will never ever be a Steam Online subscription. But so did PlayStation for 10 years, and then look at it now. There's a big online subscription, so that was their biggest point against Xbox for years. We have free online play. Guess what costs money now? No, I love Steam. But I don't know what they're doing on this one, man. On my PC, yeah. Wait, actually, that's a better thing. I love Steam's product. I could care less about the company. The company could go under, and as long as I still have something as convenient as Steam to play my games on, I'm fine. I've got no emotional attachment to them. I don't think I actually need this output here. I think this does what I need it to do. And will actually balance the belt better for me. This could just about fit there, can't it? I don't love it being offset by 1 like that, though. I could maybe do some kind of direct insertion for these, and then I just need to make a little belt out of these. Got a blub? I'll take as I think there's a potential market for this, but only for people who PC game but have friends who would like to join them but doesn't want to deal with traditional PC maintenance and troubleshooting. If it's SteamOS is a killer software experience, then sure. Saving fine for those who want a PC game but not learn PC stuffs and take care of it. Yeah, that makes sense. And I agree with the last part too. It's a very small market. It has to be a small market. I just cannot see who they're trying to sell this to. What is the throughput speed of these? Surely it's enough for 4 per second, right? Can a long inserter arm do 4 per second? It's grabbing 4 items and it rotates 360 degrees or more in a second, so it's got to be able to do 4, right? I've flipped the direction of this thing like 3 times now. But I'm becoming more okay with it every time. You know, I've never thought to do that. Does that work? I guess I've never thought to do that because it doesn't I mean, yeah, you can grab from inside it, but there's no reason to if you can just put it there and put a regular inserter. That's why I've never encountered that, because it's dumb. Okay, there we go. I'm much happier with this as a solution here. This is looking good. And there's definitely ways we can fill in some of this space too. I can for sure move things closer to belts. I could, you know, tuck these down in here if I need to. I can absolutely make this take up less room if I end up needing it to. Which I'd like the ship to be smaller. There's no reason for it to be this size. I think that's everything for these though. I think that side of the ammo production is ready. Oh yeah, we're not actually getting kill sight though. It's just too crazy to fathom. Yeah, but that's the only dude on the planet with that opinion. That's such a crazy opinion to have. Like, that is the target demographic, but that is a small demographic. I'm not interested in the hassle of plugging a computer in and pressing the on button. Like, yeah, but they already have a Steam Deck. What do they want? You already have the Steam Deck to play your other games. What do you want out of the larger cube version? Again, it just comes down to the price. I will rescind nearly every single complaint if the price makes sense. Hi, Zev. Congrats on that. That's exciting. Okay, these can absolutely be long inserter arms. Ooh, they can't right there though, can they? I think that used to be the fact, but now with how expensive consoles are, I think a lot of people who want to game are choosing a computer over a console for the past several years. Because the console price has neared the PC price at this point, and has for a while. I know that game. I bet I could find a way to do this with this calcite. But it's specifically made to catch the people who don't have gaming PCs to use Steam, who can afford a gaming PC and specifically don't want to spend the same money on an overall better product with more functionality, and would prefer a more locked down product with less functionality to play the same games for a similar price. which is kind of a weird person. Again, this all changes. This all changes if it doesn't end up costing gaming PC prices. But currently, based on Steam statements, they claim it will cost gaming PC prices. Oh, that doesn't work. Yeah, that is the target. I just think that that target demographic is not big enough to justify launching it. If it costs as much as a gaming PC. If it ends up costing the same as a PS5, then the demographic is absolutely there. And that is a good product. But if it ends up costing what a PC would cost, it is a bad product. What's the price point where you think it's not worth? It does depend on what a PS5 costs. What does a PS5 cost? Yeah, it's whatever is beyond a PS5. So PS5 is $499. No, that's the Slim. Where's just a normal PlayStation 5? Not a Pro, not a Slim. Why is this such a hard product to find? Regular PlayStation 5 console. What does that cost? Not a Ghosts of Yotai limited edition bundle. Not a Slim. Not the NBA 2K disc bundle. Not a Pro. What does a normal PlayStation 5 cost? I cannot find it. Okay, well, a Slim costs $499, which I assume is similar to the normal one. So I would say if this is more than 1 to 200 over that, it is a garbage product. If it crosses like $600 to $700, it doesn't make sense. Normal doesn't exist. There's not a normal PS5? Why are there 700 variants, but no, hi, this is a regular PS5. Aren't they all slim? But if they're all slim, then you can just drop the word slim. It doesn't... You don't need to specify that version anymore. Slim or Pro, but where's the normal? It's like this one takes discs. Well, yeah, before there was normal and normal with disc. If you had 0 gaming devices, what would you buy? A cheap gaming PC. You can buy literally a super low-end Amazon pre-built PC for probably under $500. Let me open up Amazon and see what the cheapest gaming PC I could get is. Yeah, pre-built gaming PC, $449. Here we go. Bundle with everything. Dell Gaming PC bundle. With monitor, keyboard, mouse, and headset. $399. It's a refurb, but still. If I had $400 and I wanted to play as many games as I could, I would buy this. It's keyboard, mouse, monitor, gaming headset, PC, $400. If I was... Is that practical for playing connected to your TV? Yes, you just plug an HDMI into the back of it. It's literally no different than a monitor. And you can even have it to auto set up, like put Steam in big mode every time, which just looks like a console. I'm so lost. We're talking about the Steam machine, Sav. Is a Steam machine easier to plug and play than connecting your $399 refurbished Dell gaming PC? No, not particularly. It's like one less step. And if it costs $800 or $900, that one step is not worth $800 or $900. Disagree? Have you not plugged a computer into a monitor before? Yeah, or you could stream it too. You literally plug it in to your monitor. You plug your keyboard into it. That's your controller. You're done. You sign into Windows once. Do you want to unplug your PC and move it to your TV in the living room right now? No, because I have a better monitor in my room. And I'm not a good example because I have an entire streaming setup hooked up to mine. Some people don't have a better monitor. Yeah, so you buy a $399 PC and permanently set it up in your living room. You don't have to move it every time. I literally just found a mouse, keyboard, computer combo for $399 that does more than a console for $600. We literally just found the cheaper option in 2 seconds searching on Amazon. You don't move it every single time back and forth. It is a console in your living room. It's just shaped like a gaming PC. It's no different. Yeah, and you could find really good stuff in that $400 to $500 ballpark if you put effort into it. Yeah, there's no difference. I think the only difference is your PC has one extra cord, because you have a mouse and a keyboard instead of just one controller. It's not my exact setup. If I genuinely wanted to go play this in my living room, I unhook it, I bring my PC, mouse, keyboard, I'm done. I'm done. It's whole setup. I can now go play a game in my living room. I'm not saying you would buy the $399 PC to move it back and forth between your office and your TV every time. I'm saying it's cheaper than a console for more. Said it's easier? No, I said it's no different. I don't know where you're going with this, Tom. I feel like we're just, every time we look something up, we prove the point further that the Steam machine makes less and less sense. Unless it's priced competitively with a console. Then it's fine. But the fact that I just found something that would do the same thing for $399 that already exists on Amazon makes it seem even dumber if the Steam machine costs more than $400 or $500. Yeah, but you can just plug a controller in. And the whole idea with the Steam machine is it's just literally going to be Steam in your living room anyway. So any games that are more mouse and keyboard inclined, you're not going to play on there anyway. It's getting made and people are going to buy it. That's my thing. I don't know who's buying this. running better than a Steam machine. Probably not as good, but again, it depends. If the Steam machine costs about $399, I'd expect them to be similar. But if it costs $900, it better play it better. But at that point, why don't I go get a $900 PC to do the same exact thing better than the price gouge on the $900 Steam machine with lower quality parts? And they even have that OS available for you to install. You can literally install the same operating system on a different PC, set it up in your living room one time, never move it again. You could go buy their stupid controller if you want to, and you now have the same setup for about the same money, probably with better parts in it, because it's not trying to be this tiny, now it's this tall. for the same thing. I can't understand it. I don't think there's a world where this makes any sense. They literally made the OS available for you to download it onto a piece of hardware if you wanted to. Yeah, he even talks about that in the Linus video where he covered it with Valve. He said Valve is making this OS available, and it's like similar to these mini PCs in performance and everything. Like, you could do the same thing. It doesn't make sense in someone else's either, Savs. That's what the whole conversation's about. I think big companies make serious mistakes, and I think this is one of them. Unless it is priced well. Then it's a great idea and I support it. We're just putting a bunch of speculation into something that they haven't renounced a price on anyway. And that's the entire determining factor. But I've seen a lot of billion-dollar companies make horrible decisions. Just because they have a track record of good decisions doesn't mean they're not about to make an awful one. Did the Steam Deck fail? No, because it had a good market. The Steam Deck was marketed because something like it didn't exist and it was a good decision. This is not that decision. How can I stop the calcite here? Oh, I guess I just, okay, yeah, I'm doing this backwards. This should be a just let. Okay, yeah, I didn't need to do this. I see what I did. This can just be here. Yeah, Steam Deck makes sense because it's a portable, again, it was a portable console launched in a world where there wasn't any good portable consoles. This has no benefit. Yeah, but if you're doing it for a whole travel setup, then you're buying a Steam Deck anyway. This isn't meant for traveling. Have I ever brought a Switch over and we played Jackbox? Yes. On your portable console, designed specifically to be portable. I don't know how to help you with this conversation if you don't know what a Steam Deck is, Sav. That's basic knowledge for entering this conversation. Would it be easier to install Jackbox on your PC and plug it into your TV? Should we do that next time I go somewhere? If you're trying to make an argument for the Steam Deck, please continue. If you're trying to make an argument for a big old chunky box this big that hasn't and one single advertisement tried to pretend that it's portable, you should probably rest your case now. You're now trying to frame it as Steam Deck 2, slightly larger with no screen. And it's getting worse. It's going downhill. Yeah, with that logic, everything's portable. If I can bring my Steam Cube with me, might as well bring an entire TV too at that rate. Since you gotta plug it into a TV and not a monitor. This conversation's not going anywhere. It is not drastically easier to plug and play. There is a 1 cable difference. There is no... Do you need MS Paint again? Do you need MS Paint? We could fire up MS Paint again. I got you. The Steam Deck is like a much better Switch, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna draw 2 living rooms, Tom. I'm gonna draw 2 living rooms for you. Ready? Here's the TV, right? TV 1. You know, TV console center. Right? Okay. I'm gonna show you the difference. Steam Deck, or whatever it's called, Steam Cube, right? HDMI cable. Controller. Again, it's wireless, but they made this little like plug magnet thing so that you get less latency instead of Bluetooth. They are expecting many people to keep it plugged in. Ready? Ready? I'm going to show you if I wanted the same product, right? Say I want a designated living room Steam playable console. I go on Amazon right now for $399. I get a small gaming PC. It might even be 2.5 times the height of this. I put it in my living room. That's where it's going to live, just like the Steam Cube. I plug an HDMI in. I plug a controller in. I forgot how a dollar symbol looks. $3.99. Question mark? $900? There's an extra zero, but... I don't think so. Exceeded any attention span of mine. This is Tom. Tom's brought this up twice. Well, he didn't bring it up this time, but he's somehow defending this one when this is the same thing. But that's the thing. If I spent $800 on this, I could spend $800 on this. And I guarantee you this is better because it's not trying to be a small form factor. And they made the OS for this free to download. So I can put the same operating system on this. And I get the same product with better hardware. That is slightly taller. It's just a bad product. There's no universe where this product makes sense. Unless it is competitively priced with a console. Man, we are not making a lot of progress on this. Do not want a 50% worse gaming PC. I don't know how else to prove it to you. I can pull the diagram up again. We could do this all night. You bring up a point. I prove it wrong with 3 pixels on MS Paint. You go back to your previous point. I prove it wrong with 3 pixels on MS Paint again. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you here. What's the point of all the other consoles then? Literally just exclusive games. Yeah, it needs to be able to undercut a similar PC. Yeah, that's what it would have to do. If it is priced at like $800 or $900, it has to be way better than an $800 or $900 comparable PC. That I can agree with. Oh yeah, it was Homie Thruster. Okay, what else do we need here? This looks good to go. Exclusive console games. No, their whole point is to just make it work with the PC games. Which there are PC exclusives. Like, that's the exclusivity. It already exists. It's just only on PCs right now. Okay, this isn't where this is gonna be, but I need it to exist for me to test things, so... I don't know if you saw the last part of the MS Paint comparison, but you could buy an $800 gaming PC. Same effect. Same result. It's just 2.5x taller next to your living room TV. That's what I'm saying. If we can agree purchasing it is a stupid decision and waste of money, then I'm also okay with that outcome. I'm not memeing on this. I feel like you are at this point. Trying to understand your point here feels like you're the one memeing. Yeah, but people who are buying this aren't trying to play Factorio on mouse and keyboard in their living room. They're trying to play Fortnite on a controller or something, I don't know. Ten people who want to play games on their couch and their TV. Side note, they have the controller support they're adding for the Steam Cube or whatever it's called is supposed to support up to 16 controllers. I will give it that. That's a cool, unique thing. No context, what are they setting up to their TV? Are they told the specs of it at all? Do they, like, are they told that $800 PC will get 120 FPS and the $800 Steam machine will get 75 FPS? Because I feel like that's part of it. They should know the specs of the thing they're plugging in. Because if you tell them the Steam machine is going to have a little bit lower performance, similar to a console, but it's plug and play, no extra steps. Or if you tell them this other one that's slightly taller will definitely have better performance, but you will have to, like, you know, open the interface once, set Steam to auto open once, set it to open in big mode once, and then for the rest of its life it'll work the same. I think 10 out of 10 of those people, if they have a single functioning brain cell, will go, wait, that one has more performance? And the only difference is I have to click a couple extra buttons the very first time I set it up and then never have to click those buttons again? I'm probably picking the PC every time. There's no setup. It's not like you have to, like, dive into the BIOS and spend 3 hours setting it up. You literally plug it in, you make a Windows account or whatever, you set Steam to auto open. If you've ever touched a computer in your life, you probably know how to open the app startup menu. Probably go plug in made specifically for this, and that's fine. And even if they told you up front, this one will have worse performance, but it is 3 less steps the first time you open it. and you still choose it, that's fine. No, I never finished Satisfactory. You couldn't pay me to go back and finish that. Yeah. At this rate, just go make a company that sells PCs that do the same thing. What is this missing? It's missing copper. For convenience. I just haven't tested the power rating of any of this yet, so right now everything just has efficiencies in it that I've remembered to put them in so far. It's all going to be efficiencies. It's not more plug and play, but it's like a 3-step difference. Genuinely, not memeing. It is extremely easy to plug in the same exact HDMI and power cable to it, the same exact controller, and you open it one time, set Steam to open on startup, set Steam to big picture mode, and you have the same product. Again, this isn't a living room gaming PC. This is your dedicated living room console that runs on PC hardware in the shape of a PC. It's not inherently a PC just because it said PC when you bought it. It's just hardware that run game. It's just in a different box. It's not some magical difference. A PS5 is also a PC. It's just got a different OS on it. Still got a processor and some kind of graphics card in there. And it just default opens to that screen instead of a login screen. I gotta figure out the yeet circuitry. It is after the very first time you open it. You literally set it up like that, and you could Google it and figure it out in 30 seconds if you didn't know how. There's no difference on setting it up to do the same thing. I think you're too set on it being a gaming PC. It is not. Once you put it in your living room, that's its dedicated spot. You're never going to have a mouse and keyboard even plugged into it. It is not a gaming PC in your living room. It is a gaming console in your living room. You bought it as a PC. You set it up one time. It is now a gaming console in your living room. It doesn't need 300 cables hooked into it. It needs an HDMI, a power cable, and a controller. That's it. And it's now the same product. I don't know how else to phrase this to you. I hate to break it to you of the components that are inside the Steam machine. They're the same thing inside of a comparably priced computer, I'm sure. Yeah, the controller could be wireless, but they marketed the Steam machine as, they want people to use the little dongle plug thing because it's better latency. Yeah, and if you didn't want it to be a dedicated thing, you can put other things on it. It always has more functionality. What am I gonna do with this? I mean, I guess I need some way to yeet the ice. Ooh, you know what? I could probably recycler the ice. I mean, it makes way more sense to yeet it into space, but if I really wanted to not run a belt, I could yeet the ice. Yes, if the target demographic ends up being stupidity and money wasting, all for it. All for it. And yes, 100% Tori. I've said that 300 times while trying to end this argument. We don't know the price of it. If it ends up being priced more comparable to a console, the whole argument disappears. Yeah, and if you think the first time plugging in the Steam machine is just going to be plug it in, play a game, that's also wrong. Get ready to go through like an hour or two of menus and linking up your Steam account, and it's not much easier. Again, it's going to have initial setup no matter what. I just cannot figure out. It's literally... I think Liv actually summarized it the best. It's like new techie thing for tech people. That's literally who it's for. It doesn't actually solve a problem or fill a hole that anyone's asking for. It is literally new tech thing to make tech people happy. Tech guy wants console version of his Steam with a little bit of customizability because it runs on some kind of Linux that he knows how to mod. That's who it's for. It's for a tech nerd who wants cool new tech thing. Which is fine. Tech people like their tech things. Now that I've thought about it more, no, the Steam machine's not going to be that much easier to set up. By the time you do all your account linking and logging in and signing into everything you need to sign in, it's no different. Yeah, link up all your accounts, make sure your Epic Games store is synced up with whatever it needs to be for the Steam thing, because there's no native launcher for it even on the Steam machine. No, not yet, Ring. That's not... We might end up doing that, but, I mean, you get so much of every asteroid, it's fine. The Steam Deck makes sense. The Steam Deck is a fantastic product. Good night, Blub. The Steam Deck is a great, great product. It filled a hole in the market that didn't exist. A higher performance, portable gaming experience. Portable screen, handheld. The Steam Deck filled a need. The hate is coming from them saying it's going to be priced like a PC. That's literally where the hate... It's just a price thing. If Steam is launching a console and prices it like a console, there's no issue. The hate is coming from launching a console-like experience and calling it a console-like experience and then pricing it like a PC. It literally just comes down to the price. That is the only issue. I also grew up consoles. I didn't have any kind of gaming PC until I was like 20-something. Oh, I messed this up again. That can't be there. It is pointless. We're just going in a circle. Why is this not moving? So this doesn't move because of the copper, right? That's a sentence that should, yeah. I don't think anyone's ever seen Linux and said, that looks easier to navigate. Yeah, PC just implies desktop. So are we just like not getting ice here? Like what's the problem? I think it's just because we're consuming way too much. Yeah, I might actually need some, yeah, the idea is full on copper, and this replaces any iron whenever we're full on copper. That's kind of the idea on that one. Okay, I think I've mostly figured out how to circuit this now. So this only needs to kick on if this goes below a certain amount, right? Read contents. Right. So this is currently 300. So I would say this guy only really gets enabled if iron ore less than 200. I don't know. Because that would mean that this iron is falling behind somehow. And then why is there so much hard style or like raw style in this playlist? And then I only need the iron to go past this point, which I guess I've never actually done a belt enabled condition, but I could. So I only need iron cleared out if copper is less than 50 or so, right? Maybe. That'll determine when this gets cleared out. Can I stuff? So that can kind of determine when iron gets yeeted, right? These could also be the same belt. This is just going to yeets anyway. Factorio versus shapes? Factorio, not even close. Not close in the slightest. Shapes is good, but... yeah, I might need some kind of reprocessing here. Yeah, ship needs to get moving, but I do think I need more oxide flow in general, at least right now. But yeah, we might not actually need it, because this condition, once I have this set up, this is probably how it'll be set up forever. But these are all set up to clear the belt out if anything's over 500 or so. Oh yeah, Factorio is by far the best in the genre. It just does everything right. It's the most optimized. It's just the rawest, purest form of an optimization game. Satisfactory would be the lowest. It is completely on the other end of that spectrum as far as like raw optimization game. Satisfactory is far more about building pretty buildings with a hint of automation. Factorio only ran on the Steam machine, would you buy one? If it was a Steam machine exclusive and I could no longer play it on my computer, maybe. I'd pay $800 to play this game. It is objectively non-opinionated the most optimized, yeah. It is one of the most optimized games ever made. The developers have spent more time optimizing this game than likely the rest of the development teams of all other games combined. Like, obsessively so. And they've released, like, reports on it weekly for 10, 12 years about them optimizing the most random things. Yeah, this game is the definition of optimization. Oh, yikes. We have some medium stompers that are causing some damage. Oh, I forgot I'm on this planet. I can just go fix it. Yeah, the performance of the game is like hyper stupid, ridiculous optimized. No, they even fixed vanilla fluid mechanics on Space Age. They completely overhauled the fluid mechanics. 1.0. Yeah, 1.0 had issues, but they did so many optimization changes in 2.0. Did I solve the rocket issue? I did. Let's go. Do I still have green science flowing? I guess I do. We're still researching. Slowly, but we're researching. Yeah, I could see that. It is pixelated graphics and, you know, I'm used to everything that I see here. Although, even as someone who's played a ton of this game, Gleba has the worst visibility of any planet. It is so hard to see anything on Gleba. It is just the noisiest ground and background versus something like Vulcanus, where it's like extremely easy to see everything you're looking at because of the ground. Yeah, Gleba has the worst view of any of these games. Or of any of the planets. Here it's very easy to tell what you're looking at. Especially in circuit board zoom mode. Probably, but you know my stance on modding games. If a game needs to be modded, maybe they should go back to the drawing board. Why are you not grabbing this? Oh, I see why. I have the splitter in the wrong spot. Yeah, it's because it... Yeah, okay. Oh no, it's not the splitter. This just needs to go here. There we go. That's what it needed. It's like, why aren't you getting any calcite? Realistically, this could have some kind of loop and it would probably benefit a lot from it. but it's also okay to just backfill this. Yeah, I think I want to change the condition of this. Well, let's see. It might work. Oh no, it got to an output full situation. Let's see. Does it start to enable this? I might just need a different logic on the purge belt here. We'll see. What did I set this to? Less than 50? Are we getting red ammo? No, I haven't hooked up the iron yet. Oh, this worked. Did it purge some? Yeah, it purged iron. Let's go. That's what I wanted. Yeah, that's a big part of why I have my stance on modding. Most well-made games are... The progression is set up in a very calculated manner with a lot of time put into it by the devs. And on average, modding a game removes that. Not always. There's, you know, something like Pi out here is making the game way harder. But it's also probably not as carefully balanced as something like vanilla at the same time. I'm gonna change the logic on this. I would rather this be based on whenever this belt is less than... Why is this not reading? Oh, hold all belts. 48. 48? Oh, it's getting that one there too. 32. Oh, I've been doing all my math off 24 for some reason. I gotta go back and change a lot of my circuit math. Anyway, if this is down to 16, I want to let this through. Yeah, I've actually been hearing a lot about this Greg Tech thing. Apparently that's a very well-made, like, technology mod. Yeah, that's a different kind of thing there, Tori. It's Pi for MC. Wish there was a little bit better way for me to bank calcite here. I feel like the calcite needs to be on a little bit of a loop. But I would have to move some stuff to make it loop properly, I think. I mean, it should just backfill over time, but I do think it would work better in a loop setup. I could see that being pretty fun. Dang, we haven't even come close to finishing the AQUILLO ship. This whole steam machine rant really took up a lot of time. Hey, we finally got this working. I'm not exactly sure how, because this equation is still not balanced correctly, but hey, we'll take it. You know what this guy could do? Not that the calcite output would be very high, but I could just void any extra calcite by putting it here and having it drop to planets. And this guy could just provide calcite to planets while he's flying around. It's not the worst idea. Just have him put the calcite on the belt anyway, just take the limiter off that one. And then rather than yeeting the calcite, just put it into the storage and drop it on planets that need it. And then if, you know, have a circuit condition, if it reaches a certain point, it'll start eating it, but... It'd be a real slow farm for it, but it would build up over time. Okay. I have solved the iron and copper, though. That part, I'm happy with that. Calcite's the only remaining issue here. Is there a way I could loop this that I would be happy with? I think so. I think I can get a little calcite loop going. Maybe. That's a tough one. With the space that I'm giving myself. Yo, what up, Gear? Good to see you. Yeah, the little iron eating system's working great. And just got out of the shower. Nice. It's been well. Playing a lot of Factorio, which is good for me. Oh, I did determine I could long arm insert these. Yeah, I think the calcite input needs a change here. Don't know how exactly to change it. So ice and calcite comes out of here. I just need a little loop of it somehow. And we need like an external input here. And then some kind of loop-de-loop. Maybe I just gotta move the inputs for this. The fluid outputs, I mean. Yeah, because if these weren't here, I could pretty easily have some kind of calcite loop, right? Thank you for the alert, Gear. I appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. Input priority there. And it filters out ice this way. By the way. That's all I really need here. What if it was here? No, that's not great either. See, right here, it's pretty good, right? We could get everything we need right there. We'd maybe have to make it a little longer. This is a tough one. This is such a small amount of space. I'll have to figure this out tomorrow. It is 1 a.m. I need to go to bed. I'm gonna be thinking about this all night, though. This and the steam machine, you know? Getting me whipped up. Alright, wrap it up on the YouTube. I do see 5 people over there. Appreciate anybody lurking on the YouTube, but I'm gonna head off.